All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right. Members of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, y'all sound good. Still, the caffeine's still running in course and three. That's a good thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the examination of our witness that we had on the stand on Friday. So, retired Detective Velasquez, you are still under oath, sir. Okay?
Understand.
Right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Velasquez, last couple of questions I have for you. On Friday, you identified State's Exhibit 151, 152, 153, 154, and 155 as items collected from the scene. Handing you State's Exhibit 151, 153, 154 and 155. Are these all pieces of the car that were collected from the scene?
154C is a piece of the vehicle from the detective's vehicle. 151C, also a piece of the detective's vehicle. 155C, also a piece of the detective's vehicle. And 153C, also a piece of the detective's vehicle.
And 152, Charlie, are these the shell casings that were collected from the scene?
May I look inside? Yes, they are.
Thank you. As part of your duties with OIS team that day, did you also interview persons at the request of lead detective Velasquez? When?
I did.
Thank you. That's all that I have now.
Thank you.
Cross.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Retired Detective Velasquez. You, if I heard you correctly, you worked with APD, Atlanta Police Department, for, is it 22 years or was it more than that?
22.
Okay. You left the Atlanta Police Department in what year?
2017.
Did you work in the Fulton County DA's office for some period of time?
I did.
Investigator?
I was assigned to the DA's office, yes.
You were assigned to the DA's office from
2004 until, I believe, 2009. I was multi-agency cold case squad.
Okay. So what that means, well, tell me, if what that means is that you're an APD officer, but you're assigned to work with the Fulton County DA's office for a specific purpose.
That was correct, yes.
Cold case squad, is that what that was?
Yes.
Is it? It is not one. It is not one. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Let me jump into that a little bit. You are familiar with with Zone 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with Zone 3 and specifically the Cleveland Avenue corridor based on your years as a police officer.
I am.
Based on the work that you've done in that area.
Yes.
You were asked last week, and I believe you testified, that over the period of time that you worked in that area, you spoke to numerous people in the Zone 3. And I'm going to kind of confine it to Cleveland Avenue corridor, in that corridor. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. People who lived there, who were residents, right?
Correct.
People who were witnesses for different offenses or different crimes or different things you were investigating, right?
Yes,
You've arrested numerous people in that area, correct?
I have.
You worked with, did I hear you say that you worked with the Red Dog Squad at some point?
I did.
Okay. How long were you a Red Dog officer?
2.5 years.
Okay. During that period of time, now, is Red Dog primarily focused on drug-related offenses?
Drugs and, well, all levels of street crime, drugs, weapons, things of that nature.
During the period of time that you worked as a Red Dog officer, you had occasion to arrest a number of people in the Cleveland Avenue corridor.
That's an accurate representation.
inaccurate?
That is accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
You would serve search warrants.
We did.
You would serve arrest warrants, arrest people, right?
We did.
You became familiar with what the general trends and the crimes and so forth were in that area. Is that fair to say?
During that time, yes.
Yes. And in fact, during your entire period of time as an Atlanta Police Department officer, you would say that that area is a high crime area.
In Zone 3, in particular, the Cleveland Avenue area of Zone 3.
But let's say Zone 3 first.
I would say it is one of the 6 zones that have an increased level of crime, yes.
Okay. And specifically the Cleveland Avenue corridor, very high crime area.
It would be difficult for me to characterize the Cleveland Avenue area as having more crime than another particular area. I think that would require me to do some analysis.
Okay.
So I wasn't prepared for that, so I don't know if I could testify to that.
Well, let me just ask you about your experience.
Certainly.
Would it be fair to say that you have investigated numerous murders in the Cleveland Avenue corridor?
Objection as to vague, numerous.
I sustain the objection.
All right. You have investigated murders in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Yes,
More than one,
I have.
more than 10.
I don't know. And to be quite honest with you, from being in homicide for 17 years, it's difficult for me to think about, I probably could come up with that analysis, but as I sit here today, it would take some time for me to really go back and think about that.
Okay.
I have personally handled homicides
Yes.
in Zone 1 through 6, so I can't tell you if that Cleveland Avenue area or Zone 3 was significantly more than Zone 1 or Zone 4.
All right. When you were asked last week to talk about that area and what you knew about the area, I think I heard you describe it as it's an area where people are trying to get by, right?
I did say that.
It is a poor area. Was that fair to say?
I think it's economically depressed, yes.
I mean, it was part of the Atlanta Empowerment Zone, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. It is an area that has about, 30% employment. Isn't that about right?
I don't know.
AJ?
I don't know the employment statistics of Zone 3.
Okay. There are a lot of drug crimes that go on in that area.
Objection as to vague.
There are drug crimes that go on in that area, correct?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
True?
I have personally, while working Red Dog, arrested a good amount of people in Zone 3 for drug possession, yes. In the 90s, specifically.
All right. There are, in the 90s, would that be the main period of time that you worked on the street, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes,
Zone 3?
Specifically from 1997, mid-1997 to November of 2000.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that if you are a child or a juvenile growing up in that area, you're growing up in a pretty rough area?
Objection, speculation, and vague.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Based on the time that you spent in that area, did you have occasion to interact with the people who lived in that area, including young folks?
I did.
Okay. Would you say, based on your interaction and your observations, that growing up as a young person in that area appeared to be a difficult endeavor?
Objection, that is ambiguous, vague.
I'll rule the objection.
I don't have an answer for that. I think that would require me to put forth a robust analysis. I'm not prepared to testify to that right now.
All right. based on your observation, and I think the number that I wrote down that you said was that, let me get it right, that you probably had occasion to visit more than 150 homes in the Cleveland Avenue area during your time as a police officer. Is that about right?
I think I may have testified in Zone 3, not
Three.
specifically Cleveland Avenue, yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that from your observation, your experience, that people who live in that area are working hard, trying to get out of poverty, trying to get out of that area? Is that fair to say?
Objection, compound question.
Sustain the question.
You had occasion to, have you had occasion during a period of time that you interacted with the folks in Zone 3 to come across young folks who were trying to find any way to make it in that area?
I think my experience has been, overall, if we're specifically talking about young folks, I think I've experienced more young folks who are making it in a relative sense of living in a neighborhood, going to school, doing what they were supposed to do. My recollection of knocking on doors and talking to people, witnesses, and families, many of the children that I either spoke to or observed were like any other kids that I've experienced in my life, personally and professionally.
Wanting to do better, right?
I think generally speaking, everyone wants to do better.
Sure.
I don't know that that's specific to Zone 3.
Right, but coming up in an area that you've described, that we've been talking about, where there's a significant amount of crime, right?
Objection, Your Honor, with a significant amount.
Sustain the objections.
Where there's crime, right? It's a tough area, right? Is that fair to say?
Overall, Zone 3, I think, I don't know if I can say Zone 3 itself is a tough area. I think there are pockets in Zone 3 that are a little more challenging than others.
Okay. It would be challenging to come up there as a youngster. Would you agree with that?
I think my analysis is more so based on crime. There are some pockets of crime in Zone 3 that are a little more prevalent than other areas of Zone 3.
And if you live in that area, you are, well, for lack of a better word, in the middle of those pockets of crime. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor, that's a failure.
Sustain the question.
All right. So let me ask you a little bit about your role as an investigator, and specifically this investigation. In this case, Detective Quinn was the lead investigator in regards to this incident.
That's correct.
And when I say this incident, we're talking about this incident that occurred on September the 11th of 2013. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. This was an incident, as you know it to be, based on your involvement, of a shooting that occurred in the Summerdale Commons apartment complex, right?
Yes.
Followed by the discharge or the shooting of a weapon by a police officer, Robeson L., right?
Correct.
The shooting of two individuals identified in a car, a maroon car, right?
Correct.
And a car crashing into a laundromat, and individuals getting out of that car, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, 22 years on the force, Red Dog, working with the DA's office, you understand, and certainly you did then, the need for a thorough investigation, right?
Yes.
You want to do a thorough investigation anytime you're involved in one because there are important things at stake. For example, whether a person who has committed a crime is apprehended or not. True?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that as a compound question.
I'll sustain this form. You can break it up.
Sure, I'll break it down. You want to do a thorough investigation because if someone has committed a crime, you want to try as best you can to apprehend the person who has committed that crime. Is that true?
I would agree. I would agree.
Okay. You would want to identify someone who has committed a crime versus someone who has not committed a crime. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor, vague. Because they may have to identify witnesses.
Sustain the question.
All right. Break down even more. right? For everyone. In this case, you knew as part of your investigation that there were allegedly multiple individuals who came out of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I did learn that later, yes.
Right, as part of your investigation, right?
Correct.
Okay. In investigating a case, one of the things you might want to do would be to take statements from witnesses. Is that true?
I would agree.
Right. And as a police officer, you take a statement from a witness to get as accurate an account of what that witness saw as possible. True?
I would agree.
All right. You would want to hear from that particular witness in their own words what they knew or what they experienced. True?
That's what taking a statement entails, yes.
Right. And if you are a police officer or an investigator taking a statement from a witness, you don't tell them what happened. You listen to them tell you what happened. Is that true?
That's too vague
How is that? I'm sorry.
and compound.
I'll stand as the compound.
Okay. If you as a police officer or investigator are interviewing a witness, you would not want to tell that witness what they saw, would you?
No.
You would want to have that witness tell you what they saw, correct?
Correct.
And you're stuck. I mean, whatever they tell you, it is what it is, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, if a witness tells you something and you are recording that statement.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to speculation. If the witness tells something and the recorder.
I'll stand as speculation.
Okay. When witnesses give statements, sometimes you record those statements, right?
Sometimes.
All right. And you talked in your direct examination when the prosecutor asked you some questions about policy and procedure. You talked about the need to observe proper police policy, right?
Right.
It is not proper police policy to erase the statement of a witness and then tell them, now let's start over, right?
An official statement, and I think in context, erasing what context?
If a witness gives you a statement and you record that statement.
Your Honor, objection as to speculation.
I stand the objection.
Is it police policy to record a statement from a witness and then erase the statement?
There is no policy that exists that specifically addresses that.
Okay. Is that proper protocol?
It could be.
Okay.
People, and I think in context, typically interviewing witnesses and sometimes even suspects, more often than not, they lie. Many times witnesses have told lies.
Okay.
And we, doing this job long enough, understand when we start to see that developing.
All right, but
I wasn't done. I wasn't finished, sir.
Go ahead. Finish for me.
So in that context, when one is taking a statement, if you choose to record that and it is, in your opinion, complete fabrication, it doesn't line up with the facts, we could stop the tape and re-record it.
Okay.
Once we start presenting facts or challenging that witness or suspect, and then they, I hate to use this word, but a come to Jesus meeting, where we're like, okay, this is a lie, you lied, let's get down to the nitty gritty now.
Is it your role to make a determination as to when someone's lying or not?
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
Oh.
In what context?
I stand the objection.
In the course of a police investigation, right, if a witness gives you a statement, right, is it your role to determine what statement is true and what statement is not true?
Your Honor, this is speculation.
I stand the question.
When you record statements, is one of the reasons that you're recording the statements for purposes of perhaps passing that information on to, let's say, a prosecutor's office later on?
Yes.
When you record a statement as an investigator, is part of the reason that you're recording the statement so that you can later on go back and look at or listen to what a witness said?
That's part of it, yes.
When you record a statement, is that sometimes is one of the reasons that you record a statement so that you can compare that witness's statement against other witnesses' statements.
That would be corroboration, yes.
Right. And so if a witness gives you a statement and you erase it, you no longer have that statement that was given previously. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to finish my question.
Yeah, no, I followed your question, so I didn't get it. I apologize. I object. That's just speculation.
I sustain the question.
In this case, are you aware of any statements that were taken and then subsequently erased?
No.
You testified earlier about, and you were showing photographs of the debris from the vehicle in the Summerdale Commons Apartments. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. Did you also go to the location of the laundromat where the car had collided with the wall of the laundromat? Did you go there?
I did.
All right. Did you have occasion to either search for or to retrieve any video surveillance from that laundromat?
No, I just merely drove there. I don't even think I got out of the car.
Okay. You didn't speak to anyone at that location?
Not at all.
Okay. Are you aware of whether any video surveillance was recovered from that laundromat?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
Whether it was or was not, I don't know.
Who would have been, if you know, who would have been responsible for retrieving any video surveillance from the laundromat if there was any?
Objection, Your Honor.
He's the investigator, Judge.
I sustain the objection, no.
Do you know if a crime scene person or anyone else involved in the investigation sought or received video surveillance from the laundromat?
Your Honor, I'm going to subject, ask and answer.
I'll allow that one.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you seek or obtain any video surveillance from the apartment complex?
There was none.
Okay. And whom did you check with in regards to that?
The manager. And also my observation of the buildings not having cameras.
Okay, so there are no surveillance cameras at any of the buildings at that location?
That was my interpretation from what she said in my observations, yes.
You testified earlier about radio traffic and communicating with, was it Investigator Quinn that you communicated with over the radio while you were at the crime scene?
I don't believe that's what I testified to, but I could have.
Okay.
It wouldn't be uncommon for me, he and I, to communicate over the radio.
Okay. Did you testify previously that there was someone that you were talking to on the radio where you had to switch channel to talk to someone?
I think my testimony was not specifically me communicating with someone. It was generally speaking of what happens in a chaotic scene like that where the dispatcher requests all the units on the scene to switch to what's called a TAC channel.
Okay. Were you monitoring the radio traffic during the investigation? And obviously you arrived after the fact. So were you monitoring the radio traffic afterwards?
I think so. For clarity,
when you were at the scene?
So there's several channels that are involved here. You have Zone 3, Detective Radio, and TAC. So
Yep.
specifically, which...
Any?
I was probably still on Detective Radio. I just don't specifically recall.
Okay.
And then when the dispatcher advises people to go to TAC, I likely switched over to the TAC channel as well.
Okay. Were you involved in looking for any suspects on that day?
No.
Okay. Were you involved in assigning anyone to look for any suspects on that day?
I was not.
Were you involved in taking any descriptions of possible suspects on that day?
I did take 2 statements from 2 of the officers involved. I don't recall in my
I
questioning.
would object to any testimony that is hearsay from anyone not listed.
I've not asked for any hearsay testimony, Your Honor. The question was whether or not or a specific question did not call for hearsay. Actually, I'll ask the question again.
Wait a second.
Yes. Were you?
Yeah, you can answer that.
Can you answer the question
Were
again?
you involved in taking any descriptions of potential suspects on that day?
Again, I could have. I took 2 statements from 2 officers. I don't recall whether I specifically asked them to give me those descriptions. I may have. I'd have to read their statements.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with the individuals who were arrested by Officer Black, Officer Davis?
No.
Okay. Were those individuals gone by the time you arrived at that location?
I don't recall seeing any suspects, so I would assume yes.
Okay. Was there a point where Detective Lewis, you know who Detective Lewis is?
I'm not familiar with Detective Lewis.
Was there a Detective Lewis involved in this investigation on this day that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall receiving any photographs of someone named Adrian Bean?
I'm sorry, I do recall. My memory is reflected. Tracy Lewis. Detective Lewis did send me a photograph of Adrian Bean.
Okay. What did you do with that photograph of Adrian Bean?
I believe I sent it to Detective Quinn either via email or text.
Okay. You did not have any interaction personally with Adrian Bean, is that correct?
No.
Did you understand him to be someone who was in the vehicle that was at issue in this case?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That will call for hearsay.
I stand objection.
All right. Let's go back a little bit and talk about the evidence that was shown to you by the state last week. You were aware that this red burgundy-ish vehicle was part of this incident, correct? The one that went into the laundromat, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, tell me if you were aware of whether there were any fingerprints retrieved from that vehicle.
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not there were any hair or fibers retrieved from that vehicle?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that part of the investigation.
The bullet defects that you were shown last week, remember you were shown a photograph of, when I said bullet defect, a hole in the window in building 300, I think?
Yes, sir.
Where a bullet had gone through. Was the bullet defect or the bullet itself actually retrieved from the wall inside of that apartment?
It was not.
Were you or anyone else able to determine which gun or what gun fired the bullet that went through that window?
No.
We know, though, and you know as part of your investigation, that investigator, Officer Robeson L. actually discharged his weapon a number of times. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, there were shell casings that were found there at the location that came from his gun. Is that right? Or do you know that?
I don't know conclusively. I've not read the crime lab report. It's assumed they were the same caliber, same make and manufacturer as the ammunition that we carry.
Okay. The vehicle that was shown last week, the one that had the broken out rear window, right? Was there a bullet fragment or bullet or anything found inside of the vehicle that actually made that broke the window? Was a bullet retrieved?
I wasn't involved in that part of the investigation. I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that you don't know, we don't know what bullet actually broke that window?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That will call for speculation.
Do you know?
Still cause for speculation. I stand objection.
Was that vehicle with the broken window located in the same area where Officer Robeson L. discharged his firearm?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because that would call
If he knows, Your Honor.
No, I'll rule the objection, if he knows.
If you're referring to the red vehicle involved in the incident, the only,
No,
I'm sorry.
no, the one that had the broken out rear window. I guess it was a silver vehicle. I'll tell you what type of vehicle.
Suburban.
Suburban. Was it a Suburban or a Tahoe?
Or the SUV.
Right. You know what I'm talking about. Though.
I understand which vehicle you're
Right.
speaking. Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah. Was that vehicle located in the same area where Officer Robeson discharged his firearm?
It was located in the same apartment complex, and I think area is a vague term. I'm not sure what you mean by area.
Well, do you know?
Proximity of where shell casings were was not far
Okay.
from there.
So, do you know where it was Officer Robeson was when he discharged his firearm?
And Your Honor, that would call for hearsay subject. He was,
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you know where the shell casing from Officer Robeson L's gun was located in the complex?
I object, Your Honor. That would call for speculation.
That's based on his observation, Your Honor.
He has, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Did you see the a 40 caliber shell casing?
I located 3.
Okay. Where were they located?
Can I refer to my report?
Absolutely.
So my report, as I listed the evidence marker 3, 4, and 5 are the shell cases, the 40 caliber shell casings.
Okay.
And when you are measuring evidence, you pick 2 points of reference, point A and point B, to triangulate the evidence. Point A, just for the purpose of measurements, was the southwest corner of building 100. Point B is the southeast corner of building 100. So do you want me to actually give the measurements, sir?
No, I don't need the measurements.
Oh, that's the only thing I can testify to.
Okay. You know generally where they were located in the apartment complex. Is that fair to say?
I do, according to my measurements, yes.
Okay. And so, knowing where those shell casings were located, and do you know where the vehicle, the SUV, was located that had the rear window shot out?
Yes.
Okay. Were those shell casings in close proximity to that vehicle?
Your Honor, I would object to too vague, too close.
I sustain the objection.
Give us, if you would, don't say close or far or around. Just give us the measurement, the distance from the shell casings to the vehicle.
There is no measurement. So we don't measure. The measurement is for the evidence location. But based on my diagram, I can testify the vehicle was by the front gate leasing office. And shell case, well, the casings, evidence marker 3, 4, and 5, the 40 caliber shell casings, were just across the entrance gate. And just thinking back and looking at the photographs, I would estimate probably 50 feet.
50 feet.
Give or take.
Thank you. Did you have, you did not have any interaction with someone by the name of Walter Murphy on that day, did you?
No, sir.
Were you involved in the decision to issue any charges or take out any warrants against anyone by the name of Walter Murphy?
I was not.
Were you at any time after this day, September 11th of 2013, called upon to testify in any form or fashion in any case involving a Walter Murphy?
I was not.
So If I hear your testimony correctly, you went to the location on that day, true?
I did.
You drew the legend that kind of made reference to where the different items of evidence were, correct?
I did.
You drove to the laundromat, true?
Yes.
You did not interview anyone arrested in this case, correct?
Correct.
You were not the lead investigator.
I was not.
You spoke to 2 officers, correct?
I took statements from 2 officers.
Okay. Was Officer Porter, Bridget Porter, one of those people?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling us what she said, were you able to get a written statement, or a statement, I don't know if it was written or not, from Officer Porter?
Yes.
Was it your understanding from investigating this case and talking to her that she was a witness to a portion of this incident?
That calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes to his investigation. If he...
It's still hearsay.
Did you talk to Officer Porter because you believe
Objection,
that she
Your Honor.
was a witness to this case and was necessary in your investigation?
I'm gonna sustain the question. It's compounding.
Okay. Did you believe, based on your investigation, that Officer Porter was a witness in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, objection. You can answer it.
Yes.
All right. And was that the reason that you spoke to her?
Yes.
And was that the reason that you took a statement from her?
Yes.
And as we discussed before, when you take statements, those statements may later on be passed on to the prosecuting authority, like the DA's office, right?
Correct.
So that they would have the information that you garnered from that witness, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any reason to believe that wasn't done in this case?
What wasn't done?
That the information in regards to Officer Porter wasn't passed on?
I don't have any reason to believe it wasn't, no.
Okay. Did you leave, I mean, have I properly summarized essentially what you did in regards to this case, or was there something else that you did?
Object as to testimony regarding properly summarized. He's testifying.
I sustain the objection.
All right. The question I asked you before about the things that you did, going to the location, going to the laundromat, are those the things that you did on that day?
Yes.
All right. Did you at some point leave the scene?
Yes.
Did you have any further involvement in the case after that?
Taking 2 statements back at homicide, yes.
Okay. And after that, anything else?
No.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Detective, you weren't the first officer on the scene, right?
Which scene?
On the, well, investigating whether we're talking about the apartment complex or the laundromat. You weren't the first officer there.
No, sir.
By the time you got there, other officers were already there?
Yes.
Uniformed officers?
Yes.
Any other detectives there? And I'm using, APD does it a little differently. I'm using the term investigator and detective interchangeably. Any other investigators or detectives there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you say that you met Investigator Quinn out at the location?
I believe Quinn came out. Honestly, I don't. I remember talking to Quinn, whether it was at the primary shooting location or when I drove to the secondary location. I don't recall which one.
Okay, but your recollection is that he was there at either one of those two locations?
One of the two that I personally spoke to him.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many officers were out there?
At the shooting location?
Yes.
Maybe 4 or 5 when I arrived.
And what about over at the laundromat?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I was literally there for maybe a minute, 2 minutes.
Okay.
My recollection is when I got there, I was asked to go to the office to meet with the 2 officers to take statements.
Okay. They had already been removed from the scene?
I don't recall seeing them, so I don't know.
Okay.
They could have been there, I just don't remember seeing them.
Okay. So about 4 or 5 officers over at the shooting scene in the apartment complex, and you're not quite sure about how many over at the laundromat?
I have no idea. I didn't get out of my car.
Okay. Did Detective Quinn stay there at the location after you left?
I don't know.
Okay. You would not have been in a position to assign him to do anything because he was the lead detective, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's all.
Any further examination? Yeah, Mr. App, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning,
Morning.
Detective Velasquez. How are you?
Great, thank you.
We've met before, right?
Several times.
Yes. Your investigation in this case did not involve in any way Mr. Diamante Kendrick, did it?
Don't know the name.
Don't know the name?
No, sir.
Do you know this man sitting in the white sweater next to me?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Anybody else? Mr. Matthews, Senior, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Investigator Velasquez.
Good afternoon.
A few questions for you. Zone 3 is an area that you patrolled and investigated numerous crimes in that area, correct?
I did.
Can you tell the jury if Jonesboro South Apartments is located or was located in Zone 3?
It was.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what you recall in terms of your investigations of Did you conduct any investigations in Jonesboro South Apartments?
I've had, both through Red Dog and Homicide, several.
Tell the jury what was Jonesboro South Apartments?
Jonesboro South was a housing complex on Jonesboro Road. It was a gated community, townhouse type apartments. They had a good number of, over the years, a good number of homicides and a good amount of crime that occurred inside the complex.
Would you, to the best of your knowledge and belief, how many murders did you investigate in Jonesboro South Apartments?
My recollection, personally, 2 that I can recall in my 17 years.
How about drug crimes?
In the 90s, I think maybe 3 or 4 arrests I personally made in Jonesboro South.
Was Jonesboro South a subsidized housing community?
It was part of the Atlanta Housing Authority.
Okay. And when you investigated drugs and murders in Jonesboro South Apartments, did you have an occasion to talk to members out there in the community?
I did.
Did those members in the community talk back to you and give you helpful information?
Yes, often.
Were there ones that did not?
There were some residents who were not helpful.
Would you agree that Jonesboro South Apartments was a lower income community?
Yes.
Would you agree that many of the residents out in Jonesboro South were at the poverty level?
I think based on it being a housing property, subsidized housing, yes.
Okay. Now, you were an investigator for 17 years, I think you indicated?
Yes, sir.
During those 17 years of investigating crimes, did you have an occasion to interview witnesses?
I did.
Did you have an occasion to get statements from those witnesses?
Yes.
Did you, during the course of your investigations, did you start an interview with a person and record it and then erase the recording?
I've done that.
How many times have you done that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Goes to credibility, Your Honor.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know. As I testified before, In context, many times I would have a tape recorder just running in my lapel, in my pocket, and knocking on doors. And again, as I'm interviewing someone or witnesses especially, they would lie. I would have facts or have a feeling, even not even knowing. And then through the conversation, start over and say, okay, an official statement, and then speak on the official statement that what you told me before was untrue, and then record that statement and submit it.
So you're using the term official statement. When does a statement become official to you?
I think once we get down to them understanding that they have lied, if it's a lie, and we start getting to the facts of the statement, it's official. Much of the conversation many times is very superficial, leading up to the information that we want to ask them.
Isn't it true, Investigator Velasquez, that a statement really doesn't become official to you until the things that are being said match with what you want it to be?
Objection. Argumentative.
I sustain the objection.
When the information that a witness is disclosing to you does not line up with whatever your other course of your investigation or the information that you have, it's not official at that point, correct?
It could be if that's their statement. If taking statements where clearly the person is lying and they're sticking to that story, and then that's what I'm left with.
Okay. When you say clearly that person is lying, let's just be clear here. When an event happens, Investigator Velasquez, generally speaking, you don't see it happen, correct?
Correct.
Generally speaking, you're not there when it happens, right?
I would agree, yeah.
And the information that you're getting from these people out of these scenes and these investigations, it's information that they, a lot of times, either saw, correct?
Yes.
Heard, correct?
Yes.
And they're giving you what they believe or what they're telling you happened, right?
Right.
Now, so you don't know from one statement to another, in fact, that a person is, quote, lying, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Many times when you take statements, there's several people who may have observed the same thing.
Okay.
And especially if 2 people or 3 people are involved, if it's several witnesses that are part of a group,
Okay.
And one gives a statement that is in contradiction to the other, then there's a determination on who is telling. Someone's lying.
Okay.
So,
Can you direct the jury to anywhere you're familiar with the Atlanta Police Department's standard operating procedures?
yes,
And that is the guideline in the book that police officers, investigators, and law enforcement in general are governed by in terms of how to conduct their affairs as police officers, right?
yes.
All right. Is there anywhere in the Atlanta Police Department's standard operating procedures, because I've looked,
Objection, Your Honor, to the
I
testifying.
sustain it.
is there anywhere in those procedures where it says that it is okay or appropriate to record then erase statements?
I don't know. I would have to look through the standard operating procedures. There's probably volumes of documents that I would have to review. I just don't know the answer to that.
And but for 17 years you operated under those particular guidelines, right?
Yes.
And would it surprise you that there's nowhere in the standard operating
I'm going to object to.
Basis.
I haven't finished my question.
He is assuming that's not in evidence when he asks, would it surprise the witness?
I sustain that. That's the point, sir.
Do you know that there is no area in the SOPs that discuss.
I'm going to object yet again for the same reason.
Do you know if there is any area in the standard operating procedures that discuss statements, to how statements are to be obtained by police officers and investigators?
I know that there is an area that covers when to take a statement, to gather information of an incident. Generally speaking, my experience with reading SOPs they're very general of what you should do in a certain circumstance. If there's a witness, take a statement and then decide whether it's videotape statement, audio statement, written statement. But most SOPs are very general in nature and don't really dial into very much specifics.
And as you're thinking and recalling back to the area that you just testified to in terms of statements, you know that in that area that you just thought of, there's no.
I'm going to object to assuming facts not in evidence when.
I stand the objection.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Short.
Detective Velasquez,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. You just indicated that in your experience, in your time as a detective, you have erased statements before, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to object to the questions concerning as relevance.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Now, as part of your duties as an investigator, you also write reports, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of the reports are to accurately memorialize what's been done in a case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In these situations where you've written reports and also have erased a witness's statement, do you note in your report that you erased the statement?
No, what I would note in my report is that he lied and then admitted to lying the first time we spoke or in his first statement. And I think it's assumed that it's not available for review because now we then sit down and start talking about the facts of the case.
Okay. So when in your reports, you would make some indication that a previous statement was made.
Correct. And,
Okay.
and if it was obviously a lie, I would indicate in my report that that person was untruthful in our initial encounter. And then subsequently another statement was made and it was memorialized and included in the file.
Understood. You know what discovery is, correct?
I do.
Okay, and you're aware that the police reports that you write are eventually passed along to defense attorneys, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that statements that are recorded are eventually passed out over to defense attorneys as part of discovery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree that it's important to know what witnesses say?
Yes.
Okay. In the event of you personally erasing statements, the defense attorneys would have an opportunity to view your report, correct?
Yes.
And see that there was initially a lie.
I'm sorry.
There was initially a lie told, correct?
Correct.
Based on your belief that it was a lie.
Or my belief that the person I'm speaking to admitted that they lied.
Okay, fair enough. You would agree, though, through discovery that erased statement is no longer available to the defense attorneys, correct?
Well, it is because it's memorialized in the report.
Do you give quotes in your reports about what was said in the erased statement?
I could, depending on, the situation. If it was specific to, like, as an example, the color of a car or a time of day that may be relevant. If that was the lie, I would quote that
And why would you quote that?
because it would be relevant.
It would be relevant.
That would be the lie.
Right, and it would be relevant and important for defense attorneys to know what was said, even in the lie?
I don't know. I mean, I think my obligation would be to memorialize it and turn it over to the DA's office, and then the legal ease that happens between both sides. I think that's beyond my interpretation.
But you do view it as your obligation to at least memorialize it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
Any further questions? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May retired Detective Velasquez be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness at this time?
You may be correct.
Thank you.
All right, sir, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. I thank you for your time and patience with us, and
Thank you.
please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12, almost 12:30. How about we take about an hour for lunch, and then we come back and see where the afternoon leads us, all right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we will come back and get you around 12:30 or thereabouts, and we'll see you then, okay? All right? All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can take your hour and just be back around 1:30. That'd be great. Okay? All right, we're in recess until 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Under the direction, again, understanding that Detective Quinn was the lead investigator.
And I have just a couple more questions for you. Were you responsible for, and did you collect $970 from the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you take a statement from then Officer Ashley Davis?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 128C, which is already a part of evidence, and I don't want you to read anything. I just want you to acknowledge whether or not this was a statement. And you can flip over.
Yes.
Thank you. Just 1 second. As part of your assistance with this investigation, did you also interview a person at Grady by the name of Frederick Croker?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you watch or review any of the interviews of other persons, Derek Dotson in particular?
Yes, ma'am.
And after watching the interview of Derek Dotson, was there anything of note to you that you advised the investigative plan?
Objection, relevance, and goes to hearsay. And confrontation clause.
I assume that was Mr. Adams and
No,
Mr.
keep that, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'm overruled the objection, sir, on all 3 grounds.
Ask the approach, please.
Sure. So just a second.
Okay.
Okay, or rephrase the question,
Yes,
okay?
I'll rephrase.
Okay, all right.
And other than collecting and inventorying the $970 and interviewing the witness, Mr. Prothrow, did you have any other specific responsibilities that are related to this case?
No, ma'am, I don't recall any other responsibilities other than that. I would like to clarify.
Without, so there has been a specific objection. So, Your Honor, if I may, I don't want to.
Detective, you can only answer the question that's been posed to you, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Your Honor, he asked the witness to pull up to the microphone.
Yes. Is that better?
And did you report or relay to Detective Quinn this $970?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am, I
Thank
did.
you. That's all I have.
Cross.
Thank you. Retired Detective Calhoun, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
you and I had an opportunity to chat a little bit earlier, did we not?
Yes,
I want to ask you a little bit about your involvement in this investigation, if you don't mind.
yes,
September the 11th of 2013, you and other detectives responded to a location at Summerdale Crossings apartment. Is that true?
that is correct, sir.
You were responding. You were part of the homicide division at that point. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
At that point, you had been on the Atlanta Police Department force for 20-plus years?
Yes,
Okay. You were a detective or an investigator.
yes, sir.
You had a significant amount of experience at that point. Am I correct?
Yes,
You responded. This wasn't a homicide, but you responded because this was an officer-involved shooting. Is that correct?
yes, officer-involved shooting, that is why we responded to it.
And you arrived at the location, but you were not the main detective. The lead detective on the case was Detective David Quinn. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Would it be fair to say that you would have taken your instructions in terms of what you needed to do from that detective?
That is correct.
You had an opportunity to observe the scene at the Summerdale Crossings apartment, true?
Yes,
And at some point, you subsequently went to a location not far from there, the laundromat, the coin laundromat that was adjacent to, my words, but not far from Summerdale Crossings.
that is correct.
Right. Am I correct that you did not, that you did interview Ashley Davis?
That is correct. Then Officer Davis was a part of the the use of force investigation. We interviewed her the day after the other officers.
Did you have occasion, do you know who Bridget Porter is, Officer Porter?
I do remember Bridget Porter. It's been a while.
She, did you have an opportunity to speak to Officer Porter on that day?
I don't recall speaking to Officer Porter.
Okay. You did, however, at some point, do I remember correctly, that you were not involved in the canvass of the area?
That is correct.
And just to be clear, canvass of the area means where you go around and you speak to who may be witnesses or individuals who may or may not have seen something at the location.
Yes, canvases, the officers will go sometimes door to door knocking, and anyone standing out, and specifically ask people what they may have seen or heard. I didn't do that.
Okay. What you did do, however, is that you went to Grady Hospital. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you went there specifically to interview an individual who was involved in this case. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
That gentleman's name was Frederick Prothero. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. You got to the location, and Mr. Prothero was at the hospital. He was being treated for a gunshot wound. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you had an opportunity to see him and meet with him. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You had an opportunity to speak with him.
Yes.
And as an investigator, detective, I don't want you to tell us what he said, but he did in fact speak to you. Isn't that right?
That is correct, sir.
And as part of your normal and customary duties as an investigator, you recorded that statement. Is that true?
That is correct.
And would I be correct that you recorded the statement because that is a normal part of an investigation? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You would certainly want to record and document what a person who was involved in the case had to say about the case. True?
That is correct.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
Nothing unusual about that, right?
That is correct.
It is customary for investigators or detectives to take the statement of witnesses who might be involved in a particular case.
Ask and answer questions.
Overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You had a recording device with you.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you spoke to Mr. Prothero, again, I want you to tell us what he said, but you would have listened to what it was he was telling you, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And as an investigator, one of the things that you do is you record those statements because you might need to use that statement later on, right?
Yes.
In fact, you might want to take that statement and compare it against other items of evidence or other statements that you may have in a particular case. Isn't that true?
Yes, that would be the purpose of it.
And you did so in this case.
Yes, sir.
You did not at any point make a judgment about whether or not Mr. Prothero was telling you the truth or not, right?
No, sir.
Your job as an APD, Atlanta Police Department detective, is to take the statement as it was told to you and record it, correct?
That is correct.
It would not be proper for you to make a decision that you didn't believe what he said and then
Objection, Your
to
Honor.
erase that statement.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Testifying, assuming facts not in evidence.
I sustain the objection.
Is it proper Atlanta Police Department policy to erase the statement of a witness once it's given?
No.
Once a person gives a statement and it's recorded by you, an Atlanta Police Department detective, it is in fact evidence, isn't it?
That is correct.
And it is improper to destroy evidence by deleting or erasing it, correct?
Your Honor, compound.
I stand as the form. You can rephrase, sir.
It is improper as a detective to delete evidence, correct?
That would be improper.
It is improper to erase evidence. Isn't that true?
That would be, yes, sir.
When you went to, when you were there at Grady Hospital, was Detective Lewis at Grady Hospital as well?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Lewis, what's Detective Lewis's first name?
Tracy.
Tracy. Were there two individuals involved in the incident who were at Grady Hospital?
That is correct.
Okay. Would I be correct that you interviewed one and did Detective Lewis interview the other one?
That is correct.
All right. To your knowledge, did Detective Lewis have a recording device when he was tasked to go speak with the other individual? Excuse me.
And I don't know that she did. I can't speak to that, sir.
Okay. Was Detective Lewis a homicide investigator like you?
She was a homicide investigator. That's correct.
Did Detective Lewis back in 2013 have about the same number of years under her belt as you, or do you know?
No, I'm trying to, in my mind, I know she came to homicide. I don't know exactly when.
The name of the person that you interviewed was Frederick Profro, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Do you recall whether the name of the other person at Grady Hospital was Walter Murphy?
It was.
That would have been the person that Detective Lewis went to go deal with?
That is correct.
Am I correct that you would have written a report, all right, that documented what you did in this case and in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
That would be customary for a homicide detective to write a report documenting what they did in an investigation,
That
true?
is correct.
Okay. As an APD detective, when you write a report,
Yes, sir.
right, you can supplement that report later on, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay.
You may add to it, add something. Yes, that is correct.
All right. But if you add to it, you would make a notation as to what the difference is, that you're supplementing it, and this is what's being added. Isn't that right?
And I'm trying to think of the best way how I do supplements. I was common practice to do reports as you would write a report as to something, and sometimes you may have a running report that on such and such date this happened, and then somewhere under there another date. So I don't know that you would just go back and say, well, this is addition to that. It would just be something else that you've learned, and there'd be chronicle like that.
Right, because it's important to document if there's additional information that comes in.
Yes.
That you then put on a separate report.
Yes.
Right? All right. And that is common practice with Atlanta Police Department
Yes.
detectives.
Well, it's generally what I would do. Yes.
All right. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. That's all, Judge.
Cross, any other cross? Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Retired Detective Calhoun, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
If you believe that there is a lie or something of that nature that's being told during the course of an investigation by a witness,
Your Honor, I would call objection, cause for speculation.
I sustain the objection.
are you familiar with the crime false statements?
Objection.
Making a false statement?
Yes.
Hold on, sir, hold on.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I stand the objection.
Okay. Are you Detective Calhoun, when a person, during the course of an investigation, if they make a false statement to you, what do you do with that?
Objection, relevance, and cost perspective.
I stand the objection.
Have you ever arrested anyone for making a false statement?
No, sir.
Okay. Has anyone ever made a false statement during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Okay. It's discretionary in terms of whether you would make an arrest for false statements?
Yes, I would say it's discretionary. People, for one reason or another, may withhold something until you find out that something is different and you go back and confront them with it. Well, you said this one time, why did you say that? It's
Right.
part of an investigation.
And as a homicide investigation, you're investigating murders, correct?
Yes.
You're not generally investigating false statements, correct?
That is correct.
And that's probably the reason that you make a decision not to make an arrest on a false statement, correct?
I stand the objection.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Mr. App.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Calhoun, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name's Jay Apt. Nice to meet you. Did your investigation in this case, it did not involve Mr. Diamante Kendrick in any way, shape, or form, isn't that correct?
I'm not even familiar who that is, sir.
Do you know this man in the white sweater sitting next to me?
No, I don't.
You don't know him at all?
I don't.
Thank you. No other questions.
Anything further from anybody? Any redirect from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, may Detective Calhoun be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Permanently, thank you.
All right, retired Detective Calhoun, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You can go about your other duties and avocation and retirement. And please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. Leonard Pass to the stand.
Who? I'm sorry?
Mr. Leonard Pass.
Pass, P-A-S-S?
P-A, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Someone,
Alpha
Mr.
Alpha Sierra Sierra.
Okay, Mr. Pass, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, okay?
Yes.
First name Leonard, L-E-N-A-R-D. Last name Pass, P-A-S-S.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pass.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
Yes, my name's Leonard Pass, and I used to work with the airport, TGI Fridays, and now I've just finally got my own place. I was homeless like 3 years.
Mr. Pass, do me a favor. Can you pull yourself up a little bit closer to the microphone and speak directly into it like you're outside so we
Yes,
can all
sir.
hear you, okay?
And Mr. Pass, what kind of industry do you want to get into in the future, work-wise?
Work-wise, I want to get into electrical wiring.
Do you have some familiarity with that in your past?
No, sir.
And who lives with you at your apartment?
Just my dog.
What kind of dog is
A Chihuahua mixed with a Jack Russell.
I'll overrule the objection.
it? What's their name?
Bubby.
Now, Mr. Pass, what part or where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
And where did you grow up in terms of in Atlanta?
I grew up off of Cleveland Avenue near Mount Zion Road,
And where did you go to high school?
South Atlanta High School.
How did you like your neighborhood growing up?
It was nice and friendly.
How did you like your neighbors?
They were friendly.
Now, did you ever live, or sorry, turning back to September 11th of 2013, where did you live at that period of time?
At that time, I lived in Somerdale Commons.
And roughly, how long did you live in Somerdale Commons?
About a year to 6 months.
And was that homes, apartment complex, what was it?
It was an apartment complex.
Now, how many entrances are there to the Somerdale apartment complex?
Only one.
Is there a gate there?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state's going to publish what's already been admitted as 11 Charlie.
All right.
Pass. So there's going to be a photograph that comes up. You've got a screen to your left, and you've got one behind you. Whichever one you're more comfortable with, you use, all right?
Okay.
Do you recognize that, Mr. Pass?
Yes.
And is that the gate that you were discussing for the apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you need a code or a key to get through that gate if it was closed?
You need a code.
And if someone was to get, say you had a friend visit you, and they wanted to come visit you, would you be able to buzz them in, or how would that work?
You have to buzz them in.
I'm going to publish what's also been already admitted as 12 Charlie, another photograph about the populated Pass. Now, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that how the gate would typically look?
No.
What's different about
It's off the rail.
it? And in this gate, would you enter, if you were entering the apartment complex, would it be the right side?
Yes, it would be.
And if you were exiting, would it be the part of this photograph that's closest to us?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 2 Charlie. Another photograph's going to pop up Mr. Pass. Now, using this gate, is this the gate we were just talking about, the front gate?
Yes.
How would you get to your building where you live there if you were to enter this gate?
You would come in and back to the right.
Now, was there assigned parking spots here, or was it park wherever you want?
Pretty much park where you want.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 110 Charlie. Or actually, sorry, Mr. Bass, I got to actually show you this. So, I'm permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may. Have you shown that to defense counsel already?
They have a copy of it. I'm happy to show them currently.
All right.
Mr. Bass, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 110 Charlie. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that, Mr. Bass?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's the apartment building we lived in.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment building that you lived in?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish State's Exhibit 110 Charlie. Or, sorry, admitted into evidence 110 Charlie.
Any objection to States 110 Charlie?
No objection.
All right, States 110 Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Now, Mr. Bass, I'm going to ask you a small favor. So, I got this pointer behind this. And so, I'm going to hand this to you. Can you do me a favor? And I'm going to have you use that with this larger one up top. Yes. Can you show the jury where, do you see where the apartment that you lived in the Summerdale apartment complex in this photograph? Okay, so right up there. Thank you, Mr. Bass. I'll grab that back from you. Now, you had mentioned, Mr. Bass, that we lived there. Who else lived there with you?
Derek Dotson.
And how do you know Mr. Dotson?
We went to high school together, played football together.
Did y'all play on the same side of the ball or opposite sides?
Opposite sides.
Was he offense or defense?
He was offense.
Were you defense?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever pick him off?
A few times.
All right. Now, did you know him from playing sports and growing up and going to high school?
Yes, sir.
How long did you know him, roughly?
Ever since Little League.
And do you remember did he live with you for most of the time that you lived in Summerdale apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, did he have any nicknames?
One was Dirty.
Did anyone ever call him Dirty Red?
Yeah, they did.
Did you ever refer to him as your brother?
Yes.
Did y'all have any blood relation?
No.
Would you classify him as a close friend?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you a photograph, Mr. Bass. Any defense counsel who would like to see it is 108 Charlie. Mr. Bass, I'm going to hand you another photograph, all right?
Okay.
Do you recognize that photo, Mr. Bass?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's Derek Dotson.
And is that how Mr. Dotson looked in September 11th, 2013?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit into evidence states exhibit 110 Charlie.
You 108 Charlie?
Sorry, 108 Charlie. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection to 108 Charlie? No objection. All right, 108 Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Publishing 108 Charlie. Mr. Pass, is Mr. Dotson still here with us?
No, sir.
Did he pass away?
Yes, he did.
Now, Mr. Pass, I'm going to take these from you, okay?
Okay.
Put these right here. Now, I want to go back to September 11th of 2013, all right?
Okay.
Can you describe how that day started?
Well, that day particularly, it was around spring, and it was like we were going to pay rent, pay light bill, and get something to eat.
Okay. And so was this September, so was it fall time?
Yes, it was.
Now, Mr. Pass, how is your memory?
I guess I can say it's not that good.
Why is it not that good?
I mean, I had like a concussion when I played football once.
Okay. Do you have trouble sometimes remembering details?
I sustain the objection.
How are you at remembering specific details, Mr. Pass?
Some things I can remember, some things I can't.
Fair enough. Now, were you with Mr. Dotson that day, your friend?
Yes, I was.
And did he have a car?
Yes, he did.
And were you riding with him?
I was.
Now, were you sitting in the passenger seat or the driver's seat?
The passenger seat.
Did you all ever, did you all ever end up back at the Summerdale apartment complex?
We did after our journey.
And did you mention that did y'all previously have to pay some bills?
Yes, we did.
Now, when y'all pulled into the apartment complex, what happened?
Well, when we pulled in, we sat in the car for a while and listened to a song. And when we got ready to get out the car, I just remember Dirty going to the side like, whoa, 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 what's going on? And I looked, and there was somebody at my car door on my passenger side where I was sitting. And I looked, and I tried to hurry up and get out the car. And that's when I hear a gunshot go off. And I tell Dirty, I say, run, run. And he looked, and he couldn't get away from the dude, and he just took off running. And shots was going off.
So, Mr. Bass, thank you for sharing that. I want to break this down. I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 78, Charlie. Now, Mr. Bass, do you recognize anything in this photograph, however big or small?
The tassel in the car.
What do you recognize about that?
It's the same tassel from the high school I went to.
Now, using this car as an example, you all pulled in the apartment complex. Would you have been on your left and my left in the photograph when you were seated in the car?
I would have been on your left. On your left.
And would Mr. Dotson have been on our right?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to also publish what's been admitted as 79 chart. Another photograph about to come up this fast. So, in this photograph, would you have been on the side of the car closest to us? Or as in, would you be on?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what direction did this suspect come from?
They came from the direction of the driver's side.
Okay. And in this photograph, you see, it's kind of hard to see, but you see in the top left, there's that white van.
Yeah, I see it.
Is that, what part of the apartment complex is where that van is?
The entrance.
So.
The exit and the entrance, cause it's
exit and the entrance?
correct.
So, no, keep going, Mr. Madden.
It's the exit and the entrance. That's the front and the front gate, the entrance and the exit. One way in, one way out.
The one, and when I say white van, do you see the front gate in the photograph, Mr. Pass?
Yes.
And so did suspect come from the general direction of the front of the apartment complex?
No, he came like from where the caution tape at on the right side of the picture.
Got it. And who got out of the car first? You or Mr. Dotson?
Mr. Dotson was out first.
Okay. And what did this guy say when he approached you all?
He said, "Dirty, you know what time it is?"
Now, what do you know, or what do you take, you know what time it is to me?
It mean really everything you got on you, you got to get up.
So is it fair to say that's like a robbery?
Basically, what it is.
Now, did this suspect have anything in his hands?
Yes.
What did he have?
It looked like a handgun.
What color was it?
I don't recall the color. I don't recall.
That's all right. Now, do you recall, was it in his left hand or his right hand? If you don't know, that's fine.
I can't remember.
Okay. Now, what did this gunman do with the gun after he said what time it is?
It was a shot that was fired.
Now, did he fire this shot? Was it in the air, in the ground?
In the ground.
Okay. And how close was Mr. Dotson to this gunman who fired the round?
He was approximately about 2.5 to 3 feet away.
Okay. So now, Mr. Trask, I'm going to walk towards you.
Yes.
You tell me to stop when I'm going to be the gunman approaching. You're Mr. Dotson, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me when to stop, how far or how close he was.
Right there.
Okay. And Mr. Pass, where were you when he was right there by Mr. Dotson?
I was outside of the car. Actually, right outside the car by the passenger seat.
Okay.
Passenger side. I was outside the car on the passenger side.
Now, Mr. Pass, this vehicle in 79 Charlie, where is that in relation to where you all's car was parked when this happened?
It's in the same vicinity of where the car was.
Okay. So, using this photograph, when the gunman approached Mr. Dotson and fired the round, where would you have been? And you can use this gray car as a reference point. And if you need to use the pointer, you can.
I was like outside the car next door to the passenger side.
To the front passenger or the
The
back?
front passenger side.
Okay, got it. Now, what was your reaction to this?
I was just telling Dirty to run, like, run, you know. Cause there wasn't nothing we can do.
Now, was this nighttime or daytime?
It was around like 3 o'clock. Maybe from noon to like 3 o'clock, afternoon time.
And was it a sunny day, a rainy day, a cloudy day?
It was a Sunday.
Did this gunman who approached, did he have a mask on?
No, he had long hair. You couldn't see his face.
Were you able to recognize his face?
No, sir.
Now, what was your initial reaction after the gunshot goes off?
I immediately started running.
And where did you run?
I ran towards the front gate.
I'm gonna publish what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 8, Charlie. So, you see that car on the right, Mr. Pass? The gray car closest to the camera on the right side? And, Mr. Pass, I'm gonna use this pointer myself. You see this car right here?
Yes, sir.
So, where is that car in general in relation to where this robbery happened?
That car wasn't there.
Using that car as kind of like a reference point, is that the kind of side of the parking lot y'all were on, or was it not?
That is the side of the parking lot we was on.
And using this, where did you take off to?
Towards the front gate down the parking lot.
Now, where did Mr. Johnson go?
He took off running in the opposite direction.
Okay. I'm going to publish 11, Charlie. Now, I'm going to need your help on this, Mr. Pass. So, where did you ever end up going outside of the gate?
I did.
Okay. Can you show the jury what part of this, if any, on this photograph that you left that apartment complex when you were running after the gunshot?
Show them which way I left out.
Correct.
Okay.
If there's any, if it's shown in this photo. Now, is that a part of the gate that leads to the sidewalk?
Correct.
Okay. Now, once you got passed through there, did you hear anything else?
It was about 3 shots, but after I got past that, I didn't hear nothing else.
Now, when these 3 shots, where did it sound like they were coming from?
Behind me.
And how close did it sound like they got to you?
All of them were real close.
How did you react to that?
I was astonished. I wasn't shot, you know.
Has anything like that happened to you while living in Summerdale apartment complex before?
No, sir.
And where did you, once you got through this gate, where did you end up running to?
I ran towards the gas station by the McDonald's.
Is that the VP?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a couple questions, Mr. Pass, all right?
Mm.
So, after this was all over, do you ever remember speaking to any police officer?
I do.
Okay. Was it a detective?
It was.
Were they with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. If you know them, let me know. If you don't, that's fine too, all right?
Okay.
So, do you remember speaking with this detective, this Atlanta Police Department detective on September 18, 2023?
Say that date again.
September 18, 2023?
I do.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with this detective, was this armed robbery fresher in your mind or not as fresh in your mind as it is today?
Objection to the characterization of an armed robbery.
I sustain the objection.
Mr. Pass, did that suspect approach you with a gun? Approach you and Mr. Dotson with a gun?
Correct.
Now, did you ever come to learn if anything was taken from that vehicle?
Objection to the hearsay.
No.
I'm an overruling objection.
Now, when he, what did you think that armed gunman who shot at you was after? Was he there to talk with you, to take
Objection
something?
goes to speculation.
I sustain the objection.
When he approached you with a gun and said, you know what time it is, what did you think he wanted from you?
Some money.
Did you think he was trying to rob you while armed?
Yes.
Would you call that an armed robbery?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Pass, I'm going to keep going, all right? So, September 18th, you're talking to an Atlanta Police Department detective, all right?
Mm.
And I'm going to ask you a couple things if you recall telling me, okay? So, do you remember the address of this apartment complex?
No, I don't remember.
do you recall telling the detective that
Objection, leading.
Sustaining objection.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm trying to lay a foundation for a prior inconsistent statement.
Can I respond, Judge? Can I respond?
Yes, you may.
Yes. The witness has not indicated he doesn't remember. The witness has not indicated that.
I sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach with a case?
You need to lay a foundation, Mr. Jackins.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Pass,
Yes.
do you remember when you spoke with that Atlanta Police Department detective, were you truthful in what you told him?
I was.
And was the circumstances of this day when this gunman approached and shot at you, was your memory of those events better on September 18, 2013, or as you sit here today?
It was better then.
And so, is there some things today in terms of details? Is there any things that I've asked you thus far that you do not remember?
It has been.
If some of the questions I've asked you, Detective Quinn asked you, or you gave answers to, would those be more or less accurate than what you told him back then?
I understand the question.
That's all right. It's a bad question. Let me ask another one. So, if I ask you some questions today that you don't know, all right? Would your answers back then to Detective Quinn to those same questions, would they be fair and accurate?
Objection, ask and answer.
Oh, the objection, Mr. Adams.
So I'll put it this way, Mr. Bass. Is there some things, so with some of the things that we talked about today, like the details,
Yes.
if some of these details you don't remember today, but you talked about with that detective on September 18th, would your answers to those questions that you gave him be correct?
Yes.
Vague and false speculation.
I'm gonna overrule it. I'm gonna sustain the objection on all the grounds, Mr. Adams.
Mr. Bass, when you answered the detective's questions on September 18th, 2013, did you tell him to the best of your memory, did you answer his questions to the best of your memory as you had it back then?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall, or what is the address of the apartment complex, Mr. Bass?
I don't remember the address.
Do you recall telling the detective on September 18th,
Objection.
2013,
Same objection, Your Honor.
that it was,
Well, I'm sorry, what's the objection
Same
basis?
objection, Judge.
What's the basis?
Oh.
I'm only one at a time, Mr. Matthews.
I'm sorry, Judge. I was trying to get up. There's no foundation laid.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Your Honor, may I approach with a case?
You all may approach, but
Mr. Pass, I'm gonna ask you some more questions, all right?
Okay.
So, do you recall, I had asked you what color that handgun was? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And, is it fair to say you didn't remember the color of that gun?
Yes, it is.
Now, do you recall telling the detective the color of the gun back in September 18th of 2020?
I may have.
And if you told him the color of the gun back then, do you think it would be accurate or not accurate to the color of the gun?
I think it'd be accurate.
Okay. Do you remember telling that detective that the gun was silver?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Pass, and this is a hard question, but do you remember I asked you, do you know what hand the gun was in?
No, sir.
If you had told the detective back on September 18th of 2013 what hand the gun was in, do you think that that would be an accurate statement back then?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn that the gun was in the suspect's right hand?
No, I do not.
Right. Now, what did, I know you weren't able to see facial features, but do you have any in general, what did this gunman look like? Were they a male or a female?
It was a male.
And what do you remember about them, if anything, in terms of their description? If you had to describe them to the best of your ability, what would you say?
I'd say African American.
Okay. Now, do you know how tall they were?
About the same height as Derek.
Okay.
Mr. Dotson. About the same height as Mr. Dotson.
If you had the ballpark, how tall was Mr. Dotson? Or how tall was this gun?
Maybe about 2 inches taller than Mr. Dotson.
Okay. Let me ask this. How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
Okay. And if you told the detective about the suspect's height back then, do you think it would have been an accurate statement back then?
I don't think so.
Would the height you gave Detective Quinn on September 18, 2013 be better or worse description of his height as your memory is today?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fair. Now, do you recall telling the detective what his height was?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detective that the suspect was about your height, 5'9"?
I don't remember.
That's fair. Now, do you remember about how much he weighed?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detective how much he weighed?
No, sir.
Do you recall telling the detective that he weighed about 135 pounds?
No.
That's fair. Do you remember what kind of clothing this gunman had on?
No, I don't.
Do you remember telling the detective what kind of clothing he had on back on September 18th?
No.
Do you recall telling him that he had on a red shirt and black shorts?
No.
Okay, and that's fair. Now, do you recall what kind of hairstyle this gunman had?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detective what kind of hair he had?
No, sir.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn that he had an afro?
No.
Now, how many shots did he have when he first approached him? You testified earlier about shooting on the ground, right?
Yes.
How many shots was that?
Just one.
Okay. And this may be a silly question, I gotta ask it. How quickly was Mr. Dotson running away?
The first time the gun went off, he was like, like moving his leg, like, hold on, boy, hold on, you tripping. And he took off running.
And how quickly was he once he did take off running?
I ain't seen him no more. I was already still running too. And like, the last part I remember, because I was telling him to run and I was finna run, so.
And you took off running after he did?
Yes.
Did Did you have any idea where this gunman came from before he appeared by y'all's car?
No, I had no idea where he came from.
Now, do you recall the detective meeting you at the apartment complex when he was talking with you?
Actually, I'm not sure who the detective is, but I do remember speaking with somebody that evening, later on that day.
And when he talked with you, was it at the Summerdale apartment complex? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you remember showing this detective where your car was parked?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would where you showed this detective your car was parked, would that have been probably where it was parked? In terms of, let me ask it this way. Even though you don't recall it, if you had showed the detective and said, hey, we parked in this spot.
Yes.
And do you recall pointing out to the detective the direction?
I stand a question.
Mr. Pass, do you recall talking with this detective about where the gunman came from?
No, I never discussed that with him.
Okay. And if you had discussed it with him or pointed anything out, would it have been where the gunman came from?
At that time when I spoke with the detective, it was night, so it was like different and stuff.
That's fair.
And it was cars in the parking lot, so I couldn't like show him.
One brief moment, Mr. Pass, all right?
Okay.
Now, Mr. Pass, whose car were you all in when this happened?
We was in Mr. Dotson's car.
Okay. And did this gunman, did he do anything to conceal his identity from you all? In terms of like what he was wearing on his face?
No.
No more questions. Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pass.
Good afternoon.
All right, my name is Keith Adams, sir. You and I have not had the pleasure of talking before, is that correct? We've not met before.
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple questions about what you just testified to.
Yes.
And this was 2013, so a little bit over 10 years ago. Is that right?
I'm not sure when it was, but I guess y'all keep the records. This.
Okay. It was a long time ago.
Yes.
All right. So the day that this happened, you were living at Summerdale Commons apartment. True?
Correct.
All right. You were leaving the apartment on that day. And in fact, you did leave the apartment, didn't you?
Yes.
You and Mr. Dotson were in a vehicle.
Yes, sir.
You all left the location. True?
Yes.
And then you came back to Summerdale Commons apartments, right?
Yes.
All right. When you get back to the apartment complex, you are in the passenger side of the car, right?
Yes.
Mr. Dotson is on the driver's side, right?
Correct.
It is just the two of you in that vehicle at that time, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, was the car parked when all of this happened?
The car was parked.
Okay. So am I correct then that Mr. Dotson had pulled the car into a parking space?
Correct.
All right. And at some point, after the car is parked, you and Mr. Dotson, you sat in the car, listened to some music for a little while, right?
Yes.
And then you heard, or you recognized that there was someone coming up to the car door.
No, they didn't come to the car door.
Okay? They were coming towards the car. Is that right?
Mr. Dotson was already out the car. They approached him.
Okay. So Mr. Dotson gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
Are you still in the car at that time, or did you also get out?
I was getting out at that time.
You were what now?
I was getting out at that time.
Okay. Someone comes up and says something to the effect of, Dirty Red, you already know what it is, right?
You know what time it is.
You know what time it is. Right?
Yes.
You heard that.
Yes.
And the next thing you heard was a gunshot go off.
Yes.
All right? The person who came up and said Dirty Red, and that was in fact Derek Dotson's nickname, right? Dirty Red.
Yes.
So the person called him by his nickname, right? True?
Correct.
All right. And so at that point, you heard, you saw this person, and the person was an African-American male, a black man, right?
Yes, sir.
I know you asked earlier about the description. Did you say you don't recall telling the detective that the person had like a short afro?
Yes, I don't recall.
Okay. The person was not that tall though, right?
It's kind of, I can't really remember. I don't know.
Okay.
'Cause I wasn't that close to the person.
Okay. You were on the other side of the car.
Yes.
All right. You hear the shot go off. One shot, right?
Yes, one shot.
The shot is, did you see the person shoot in the direction of Derek Dotson's feet?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, so if the car is right here, right, you're on the passenger side of the car, correct?
Yes.
Derek Dotson is on the driver's side of the car, right?
He was in front of the car, on the driver's side of the car. He, like you just getting out of the car and walk straight. He was walking straight from the door.
Like if this is the car right here, he's like up here and in the front of the car on the driver's side.
Yes.
Okay. The person then comes and you hear the shot, right?
I heard the shot.
Right. Shot at his feet, and Mr. Dotson takes off in what direction?
He didn't take off immediately. He said, "You tripping, man? What going on?" You know, like that. And like trying to figure out is maybe somebody trying to, you know, have a bad day or something, you know, maybe, you know. And then he was like, "You know what time it is?" And that's when I told him to run.
You told him to run.
I said, "Run."
Right.
And
Did you run?
he took off running, and I took off running. We both of us left in different directions.
Okay. You ran towards the front of the apartment complex, right?
Correct.
Towards the gate.
Yes.
Mr. Dotson ran in the opposite direction, correct?
Yes.
The person with the gun ran where? After Mr. Dotson?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You didn't see where that person went,
No, I didn't.
okay? But, and you're not looking because you're running towards the front of the apartment complex at that point, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know where the gunman went, and you don't know where Mr. Dotson went. Is that true?
No, I don't know.
Okay. You didn't see the gunman, the person with the gun, do anything after that, right?
No, I didn't.
So you're not in a position to tell this jury, I saw him go in this direction or that. You can't tell, you don't know what he did.
Who, the gunman?
Yes.
No, I don't know what the gunman did. I was running.
Right.
I know some shots was coming at me, though, while I was running. I was still going.
All right. When you start running, then you hear some other gunshots, don't you?
Yeah, I was gone, man.
So let me, and I need you to estimate for me, right?
Okay.
From the time you take off running, right, to the time you hear some more gunshots, how much time has passed?
I say count seconds, about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Maybe a little less.
Okay. So sounds like pretty close in time.
Yeah.
Okay. You're running. You hear some gunshots. Do you hear any more gunshots after that second series of shots?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you ran out the front gate. Now, well, actually, before we get there, although this guy with the gun came up and said, "Dirty Red, you already know what time it is." You didn't see him take anything from Mr. Dotson, did you?
He dropped the money on the ground.
What money was dropped on the ground?
Mr. Dotson, he dropped some money on the ground. because we were coming back from paying bills and running errands and stuff, you know. And he had cash on him. I had gave him my portion of my rent. He had cash on him. And I was just telling him we need to go to the bank and stuff, but we were getting lunch, you know, and we were gonna do it. But that's what happened soon we got out the car, and I was really upset.
So your testimony is that at some point after the gunman walks up, Derek Dotson drops some cash on the ground.
No, after the gunman shot at the ground, he dropped the money on the ground he had in his pocket. He said, "You can have it." Like he didn't say you can have it, but he threw it out of his pocket, like, you know, you can have it, you know.
Okay.
He just dropped it on the ground. And I told him to run. And I looked around and tried to see, make sure nobody else was coming, make sure I'm in the clear, and I took off running, and he took off running. Both of us left different directions.
And you saw the gunman, the guy with the gun,
I
pick
didn't,
up the money that was on
I
the
didn't
ground?
see him pick it up. I was already gone.
Okay. All right. I want to jump ahead a little bit, because remember talking to a detective at some point after that, right?
Correct.
You remember the detective actually came to the apartment complex and was talking to you outside, right?
Yes.
All right. You remember telling that detective that there wasn't any money taken, or you didn't see any money taken?
I don't recall telling him that.
Okay. But you certainly did talk to the detective and told him everything that you remembered on that day, right?
Correct.
And it was, let me see, if this happened on the 13th of September, it was about 5 days later on the 18th when the detective showed up to the apartment complex and spoke to you. Does that sound about right?
I guess it's about in the same range.
Couple days?
Yeah.
Okay. Now today, your recollection is that Dirty Red dropped some money and you didn't see the gunman pick it up, but you saw a money drop, right?
Yes.
Now, I want you to think real hard. And would you, after thinking about it for a while, admit that that is absolutely not what you told the detective back then?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It's argumentative to a point, even for cross.
What's the impeachment?
I'm over the objection. You can answer it.
Want to ask it again?
Yes, please.
Okay. After thinking about it, right now, are you willing to admit that this whole thing about dropping money on the ground, you didn't tell the detective anything about that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Willing to admit he's testifying?
I sustain the objection.
I don't remember.
Do you know if the detective was recording your statement? When
Yes, I do remember.
Was he?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did I hear you say that you don't really have a good recollection of what the person was wearing that day, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, you don't remember a red shirt,
No, sir.
afro?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Pass, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any additional cross? Yes, Mr. App, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Pass. How are you?
I'm doing well.
My name's Jay Apt. I represent Mr. Diamante Kendrick. Do you know who Diamante Kendrick is?
Never heard of him.
Do you know this man sitting in the white sweater next to me?
No, sir.
Does he have anything to do with this case that you're aware of?
No, sir.
Thank you. No other
Not that
questions?
I'm aware of.
No, I'm sorry, what was
Not
that?
that I'm aware of.
Thank you. No other questions?
Anybody else? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. At this point in time, and Mr. Pass be permanently temporarily excused the witness.
Permanently excuse, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pass.
Yes, sir.
Sir, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Summer Benton to the stand.
Summer Benton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Summon Detective Benton, please. All right, Detective Benton, good afternoon, madam. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness, please, before you sit down.
I do. Summer R. Benton, Summer. R is my middle initial. Benton, B as in boy, E-N, T as in Tom, O-N.
Good afternoon, Detective Benton.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta?
Over 22 years.
How long have you been in the homicide unit?
Almost 15 years.
Do you have any specialization within the homicide unit currently?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
I specialize in child murders, any type of child deaths, cold cases, and complex cases.
How long have you specialized in child murder?
Since 2019.
Now, before becoming a homicide detective, what was your role within APD?
Oh, I had many roles before coming to a homicide detective. After the academy, I was an officer in Zone 5 on the streets on a bicycle, handling 911 calls in a patrol car, specialized in vehicle larcenies, when a member of an undercover team for FIT, made detective, went to narcotics for a few years, major crimes response unit, and then was transferred to, spent some time in Vice, and then got transferred to homicide.
You have mentioned FIT. What is FIT?
FIT is the Field Investigative Team. It's a plainclothes unit that can have readily accessible their badge and credentials. So they're not undercover, they're just plainclothes.
Detective Benton, do you have any familiarity with handling firearms?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury your training experience with firearms?
Every year we have to go through a certain number of hours of firearms proficiency tests. And every year you have to pass in order to be able to retain your post status as a police officer and have arrest powers. So every year we go through a full day of firearms training plus an extra 4 to 5 hours on another given day. This year we're switching firearms, so we're going to go through a 2 full day of firearms. So I get firearms training at least twice a year.
I venture to guess that includes loading and unloading firearms?
Yes.
And do you have any training of rendering weapons safe if you encounter out in the field?
We have to have that training when we go to our courses. When we were at the academy, we have to be able to take our weapons apart, put them back together, be able to take them apart and clean them, put them back together with the oil. And also we go through strategic policies of how to render a firearm safe.
Now, Detective Benton, do you have any training and experience with preserving and examining crime scenes?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the jury?
So well over 17 years as an investigator, one of the first things we do once we make a detective is we go through investigator schools. I've been through probably 4 different investigator schools: DEA, FBI, GBI, and of course our own here in the Atlanta Police Department. And in each one of those, we have a course that is crime scene processing, crime scene preservation, responding to crime scenes, where we learn how to draw scenes, we learn what can be readily identified as evidence. Basically, our motto is we'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
And have you drawn crime scene sketches in your experience?
Yes, sir.
If you had the ballpark, how many crime scene sketches have you created for a case?
Well over 100.
Did you create a crime scene sketch for this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Good, Judge. Can we approach briefly, please?
You may. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember your admonitions. We're going to be in recess 15 minutes. All rise. Huh? Yeah, they asked for a comfort break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Atkins, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think where we left off, Detective Ben, was did you draw a crime scene sketch in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to approach with 118 Charlie, 102 Charlie through 107 Charlie, and 119 Charlie. I think some of the defense counsel couldn't hear me, but it's 102 through 107 Charlie, Your Honor, 118 Charlie, and 119 Charlie. So, Detective Ben, I'm going to hand you these, and if you can take a look at those, and when you are complete, just look up at me. Thank you. I'll start with, what is 118?
118 is the crime scene drawing that I sketched, plus the legend.
And is 118 Charlie, how do you recognize it?
I drew it.
And it's a fair and accurate representation of the crime scene sketch you drew in this case.
Yes, it is.
And 102 through 107 Charlie and 119 Charlie, those photographs, what are those?
Those are photographs that basically depict the markings. So when I would identify something, and we would identify it through evidence markers, 1, 2, 3, so on. And so this is identifying everything that's on the crime scene legend.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the identifying markers in the crime scene in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit and tender in the evidence States Exhibit 118 Charlie, 102 through 107 Charlie, and 119 Charlie.
Any objection to states 118, 119, 102 through 107?
Your Honor, no objection to anything except 118C, as in Colette. But
Charlie.
It's for the continuing witness rule. I know what you said.
All right. States 118, 118 Charlie, 119 Charlie, and 102 Charlie through 107 Charlie admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish Detective Ben 118 Charlie.
And it publishes you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Publishing 118 Charlie, there's going to be, you can use the hard copy, or there's on the screen, we'll use that one. There's one on your left, there's obviously a larger one up on the screen behind you.
Okay.
Can you kind of orient the jury in general to this crime scene sketch? Like the buildings, the roadways, and what in general is depicted?
Yes, so Old Hateville Road is right about here. Can you draw on this?
You can try to tap that bottom left screen, or we can go old school. We have a wooden pointer. Your preference.
Did you just say a wooden pointer?
That's correct. It's on that chalkboard right there.
I'm good.
Okay, so tap that bottom left of the screen, and it should come up. And if you need any help, let me know.
So this right here is Old Hateville Road. So I believe it was 2745 Old Hateville Road was the location that we were called out on. And that's what this location is, plus the parking areas around it. It's the Cleveland Coin Laundry, which is right here. Is the name that I put. I always put it in the top left-hand corner, or try to. And this, of course, is where the majority of our crime scene was focused on. And this is an aerial view. So if you were looking at something from above, straight down, that's how we're seeing the crime scene drawing.
And Detective Benton, that rectangle with a triangle in the very back, right underneath the time on this, what is that?
A vehicle. That's Georgia Tag Baker Mary Queen 5886, and that's the vehicle that most of the evidence was around.
And what is the vehicle behind it?
The vehicle behind it is a patrol vehicle.
Now, I want to walk through these items and kind of rotate between the crime scene sketch and the photographs. I'm going to publish 119 Charlie.
Oh.
It's all right.
Okay.
There should be a way to clear it. There we go. So, Detective Ben, what is, in general, can you kind of explain for the jury, how do you decide what is placard number 1?
Okay, so I'm extremely particular about my crime scene. So when I was asked to take control of this crime scene, I try to put whatever's the beginning of the crime scene, which is the center of the crime scene. And this particular crime scene, it was this vehicle. So we evidence marker, the vehicle is actually evidence marker 1. And before we open any vehicle and look at any vehicle, I go through all of everything that's on the outside of the vehicle. So at this point, we had the vehicle, and then we had some broken glass that was on a rear passenger window, and that was evidence marker 2. At that point, then we would open the car up, and we would photograph and place evidence markers inside the car on items of evidentiary value.
And so if you were working, say, a homicide case, where would you put placard number 1?
Normally, if the deceased's body is still there, we would put placard number 1 as the deceased body, and I would work my way out from there.
And so in this case, why did you put placard number 1 as the vehicle?
Because that was the biggest piece of evidence and where all the evidence was located after I did my walkthrough. So we made the vehicle number 1.
And what is placard number 2 there, depicted in 119 Charlie?
Placard number 2 actually is showing you the broken back window of the vehicle.
And why did that stand out to you?
Because all I was told was, well, there was no other windows broken. So when I got to the scene, I knew there was an incident that had happened, and of course homicide got called. I was not the lead detective. I was asked just to process the vehicle, and since vehicles don't come out of the manufacturer with broken glass, we knew something most likely had happened. There was glass other places other than just there, so we evidence marked it.
And Detective Ben, taking a brief step back to how you got here, how did you arrive on the scene?
I was on duty, and the homicide unit was called. The officer-involved shooting team, which we had back in 2013, responded to the scene. I got a call from Detective Quinn, and he asked that I come to the scene and process and take control of the scene.
And I wanted to publish State's Exhibit 118, Charlie. So can you orient for the jury where 1 and 2 is in your crime scene sketch?
Yes. So here's 1, and 2 is that back passenger window right there.
Can you also describe, do you have a process for how you decide to go about deciding what's 2? Like for this vehicle, did you go, what was your process? Was it outward, inward? What was your thought process for how you...
So we start on the vehicle itself. Everything on the outside of the vehicle. Once we do everything on the outside of the vehicle, not everything that's separate from the vehicle, but just the vehicle itself. So you've got the vehicle, then you've got the broken window. There didn't appear to be any other types of defects on the vehicle, so that's when we then moved to the inside of the vehicle. Vehicle doors were opened, evidence was located, it was photographed, then evidence markers were placed into on the vehicle, on the window, in the vehicle to photograph those. After the inside, the outside, and then the inside of the vehicle, then we spread from there.
I'm going to publish 102 Charlie. Detective Benton, what does this depict?
This depicts the front passenger seat of the same vehicle, and it's a firearm that was located in the floorboard.
What type of firearm was it?
This is a Ruger 9mm.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 103 Charlie. Is this a zoomed-in photograph of what we were just looking at?
Yes, it is.
Now, Detective Benton, I'm going to hand you 114 Charlie. And once you get those gloves on, if you can look at 114 Charlie, and I'm going to ask you a couple questions. What is the serial number on State's Exhibit 114 Charlie?
The serial number is 302-44238.
And what was the serial number of the firearm that is next to placard number 3 in State's Exhibit 103 Charlie on screen?
302-44238.
Now, when you have firearms such as this, do you photograph the firearm first as depicted in that exhibit, or do you collect it?
No, we photograph it as is first, as we see it on scene. Then we put an evidence marker down, it's photographed again, and then after that's photographed, and then the entire scene is photographed, then we collect the firearm.
Why is that important to do it how you just described it?
Because we want to photograph it as is, so when we get to trial, you guys can see how we found it before any type of manipulation was done to the weapon to render it safe.
And did you do you have any process for clearing these firearms and rendering them safe after you photograph and collect them?
Yes.
Now, was this specific firearm that's depicted, was it loaded?
Yes, it was.
Did it have any in the chamber?
Yes, it had one round in the chamber.
And can you describe what that means to have one in the chamber?
So if you look here, this is what we're going to call, for all intents and purposes, that where the bullet would lie, the live round would lie in the chamber. When the bullet is fired, the projectile will come out towards the front this direction, and then of course the shell casing of that firearm will eject most likely backwards into the right. And then if there's another live round that's in the magazine, it's automatically feeded up into the chamber of the weapon after it's being fired. Unless there's some type of stovepiping or anything like that, then that's how it is. But this particular weapon, nothing was in the magazine. However, there was a live round in the chamber, so we had to make sure to eject that live round out of the chamber and render that firearm safe.
I'm going to publish 118 Charlie, the crime scene sketch. And if it's possible, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit and see where placard number 3 that we just looked at is in this sketch.
So placard number 3 is right here. The number is right there. But there's a line that goes to tell you where it was located inside the vehicle.
Orienting it to the front passenger seat.
Floorboard.
Okay. I'm going to publish 104 Charlie. Read-line text there. While we're waiting on that, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 115, Charlie. Now, Detective Benton, what was item number 4?
Item number 4 was a Taurus 9mm semi-automatic firearm.
And what was the serial number on that semi-automatic firearm?
Tom Charlie X-ray 63132.
Now, in State's Exhibit 115, Charlie, can you look at that and tell me what that is?
This is a Taurus 9mm.
And what's the serial number on 115, Charlie?
Tom Charlie X-ray 53132.
And is that item 4 as depicted in the exhibit on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Was that firearm loaded?
Yes, it was. And there was also one in the chamber.
I'm going to also ask you, what is State's Exhibit, or placard number 5 in the exhibit on the screen?
Placard number 5 is a Taurus 40 caliber.
What was the serial number in the firearm Taurus that was right next to placard number 5?
Sam Alpha Nancy 09791.
I'm going to also hand you, it's right here, State's Exhibit 116, Charlie. When you get a second, I was going to ask you what's the serial number on 116, Charlie, once you're able to look at it.
This is a Taurus 40 caliber. Serial number is Sam Alpha Nancy 09791.
So is that the same firearm as depicted in placard number 5?
Yes, it is.
Was that firearm loaded?
No, it was not. There was a magazine in the chamber, or a magazine in the well of the weapon, but the magazine was empty and the chamber was empty.
I'm going to publish 118, Charlie. What part of the vehicle, as depicted in 118, Charlie, was these two firearms next to placard number 4 and 5?
That's going to be the driver's back passenger in the floorboard.
Publishing 105, Charlie. What do we have in 105, Charlie, starting with placard number 6?
105 Charlie, placard number 6 is the blood that you see on the ground there. And placard number 7 is money. And all this was on the left side of the vehicle.
I'm going to publish 118, Charlie. Can you tell the jury, Detective Benton, where placard number 6 and 7 are depicted in this sketch?
Oh. Right there. Can y'all see that?
You're trying.
So 6 and 7 is right there, is towards the back left side of the vehicle.
Is it fair to say it's between the Georgia tag vehicle and the patrol car?
Yes.
Going to publish 106, Charlie. Detective Benton, what is depicted in 106, Charlie?
8, placard number 8 is showing U.S. currency, and placard number 9 is showing blood.
Now, when you got called to assist this crime scene, would you have helped direct these crime scene photographs to be made?
Yes.
Who would have physically collected the items depicted in these photographs?
The crime scene technicians would have physically collected the items. Firearms, I would have rendered them safe and put them in the boxes prior to the crime scene technicians taking control of them. The reason why is crime scene technicians are civilians. And so as law enforcement officers, we go ahead and render every gun safe, made sure the slide is back at the chamber, and then we place them in the boxes and let the crime scene techs take them from there.
Now, to orient where placard number 8 and 9 is for the jury, publishing 118, Charlie again. Where was the money and blood in placard 8 and 9 in this crime scene sketch?
On the back right side, passenger side of the vehicle.
I'm now Detective Ben going to publish 107, Charlie. What was item number 10 as depicted in 107, Charlie?
It was a magazine.
Were there any rounds in this magazine?
Yes.
Do you know what firearm that magazine came from?
I do not. It was just collected and the information was handed over to the lead detective.
And I'm going to publish 118, Charlie. Do you know what part of the vehicle item number 10 was?
I believe item number 10 was also in the back, on the other side of the floorboard in the back seat.
Now, after creating this crime, after arriving on scene and documenting these evidentiary items in your crime scene sketch, what other involvement did you have with this case?
I did not.
Would that have to include your involvement?
Yes, sir. Once I had gotten back to my office and actually sketched out the sketch, that would concluded my involvement in this case.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
No further questions from the state. Thank you, Detective Ben.
Cross.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'd like to ask you a couple questions if I could.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is my understanding back in 2013, September 11th, that you came out to this scene that you've been talking about and educating the jury as a person who was going to either direct or take charge of memorializing or photographing and sketching the crime scene. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And the crime scene, as you articulated so eloquently, started with the vehicle, the 2004 Nissan Altima. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you physically take the pictures, or did you have one of the crime scene techs, at your direction, of course? I know they're civilians, but did you direct them, hey, this is what I want you to do?
Yes, the crime scene techs took all the photographs.
Okay. And that's under, I assume, you were there, you were witnessing, making sure that it was done to your satisfaction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you, there's a lot more photographs taken that day. Is that fair to say than what you just introduced to
Oh, absolutely.
the jury? Are you familiar with those photographs?
It's been over 10 years.
Understood. I'm going to show you in a little while, with the court's permission, the photographs for you to look through. But I want to ask you a couple questions first, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, some witnesses, you've interviewed witnesses before, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes events are startling, like a car flying over a police car. That's a traumatic, startling event, right? Or could be.
Objection made, Your Honor.
That's the same question.
Have you ever seen a car fly over your patrol car?
My patrol car, no.
Okay. And at times, whether a police officer or a civilian like me, you know, when something unexpected happens, you may get confused, you may not see what you see, or you may see it perfectly. It depends on the person. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
That's the same question.
Okay. When you take statements from a witness or a potential witness, sometimes that witness, although trying to give you the best information they can, sometimes their recollection may not be the same as the recollection for other people. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound question.
That wasn't compound.
I'll sustain. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
Have you ever interviewed a witness where they said something in contradiction or conflict with, let's say, another witness?
Yes.
Okay. And that doesn't mean that the witness is lying. Like when I say lying, I mean intentionally fabricating. The witness may just have a different perception. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rule the objection.
Yes.
And therefore, somebody in your position who has dedicated themselves to understanding, learning, and then teaching, you want to get as much information as possible from all sources to ensure, as best you can, that all information can one day be delivered potentially to a jury. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And amongst that, we have tools that are used to analyze evidence. Is that correct?
I have no idea what you were talking about.
Okay. Photographs.
Oh, you mean demonstratives?
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you.
No, that's fine. Fingerprint analysis.
Okay, so you're getting into expert testimony, yes.
Sure. I mean, these are things that the criminal justice system as a whole can use. Defense lawyers can use it, prosecutors can use it, police can use it, judges can use it to try to get information from a scene. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Compound and testifying.
I'll allow it, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you said, I think you articulated at the beginning some of your background. I'm not saying it's all of it, but you studied under the DEA, fair to say?
I took an investigative class with the DEA,
FBI,
took a street survival investigative class with the FBI,
GBI,
investigative class with the GBI.
and you're with APD.
Yes, sir.
And APD, for the ladies and gentlemen jury, they probably know, but Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're processing a crime scene, you are potentially collecting evidence, or hopefully collecting evidence. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And the reason we do that, or you do that, is so you can bring to life to the jury, for the court, for the prosecutors, for the lawyers, for the witnesses who weren't there, you could bring what you saw or what you memorialized. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said the motto, I think I got this right, but the motto is of the Atlanta Police Department, something to...
Oh, I never said it was the motto of the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that. Your motto is we'd rather have the information and not need it than not have it.
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said we'd rather have it, not need it, than need it and not have it.
Okay, I apologize for misquoting you. And the point that you made is if we are more inclusive with our information, the better the results could be later, potentially.
No.
What did you mean by it?
That we take every piece. I was talking about crime scene specifically. We try to take as much evidence as we can from the scene. Whether or not it turns out to be evidence or not, at least we had it and we can determine later on, or the lead detective can determine later on if it's of evidentiary value. I didn't know much information going into the scene. I was just asked to come and process the scene.
Understood, and thank you for clarifying that. Now, does that include taking witness statements? Do you ever take a witness statement on a recording?
Yes, but on this day, I do not take any witness statements. My sole objective was to process the crime scene.
Understood. But in general, have you taken witness statements on a recording?
That are recorded?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Have you done it where you have the witness write out a statement, then verify that's what they said and they sign it?
Oh, I haven't done that in probably over 12 years.
Okay. Recording's the way to go?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been in a position where you took a statement from a witness, you recorded it, and then you decided you're going to delete it and not send it over to anyone?
No.
That would be wrong?
Yes.
Tell the jurors why that would be wrong.
Because that's evidence. You're deleting evidence. It doesn't matter if that evidence showed that it meant nothing, but it was a part of your investigative file.
If it is it a crime to delete evidence?
I'm sure it is, yes,
Called obstruction of justice?
amongst other things,
Tampering with evidence?
and probably oath of office.
Violation of oath of a police officer's office if an officer did that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you a couple of questions. And the photographs.
Okay.
Now, when you arrived first on this scene, was the jurors may notice, but they may not. Just explain. There's in the pictures, there's some yellow tape. Just explain what that does and the meaning of that.
Oh, that's the do not cross tape. So when first responding officers, which is our uniform officers, get to a scene, we ask them to basically secure the scene. So they secure it with yellow crime scene tape. It's that tape that you see, whether you see it on the street, by chance happen to pass by a crime scene, or you see it on TV a lot too. It says crime scene, do not cross. And then we have officers stationed there to make sure pedestrian traffic does not get in.
And the reason, if you don't mind just telling jurors, why is that so important?
So that nothing contaminates the scene. We don't want anything to come into the scene that was not already in the scene.
And could that be contamination, be like somebody could remove a piece of evidence that may be valuable?
Absolutely.
Pick up, I'm making this up, but pick up a shell casing? And
Absolutely.
Walk away with it? Even if they didn't intentionally pick it up, maybe it could get stuck in their foot or something, or the base of their shoe if they have little ridges in the shoe, like boots?
Yes, sir. And we've had it in previous crime scenes, not this particular one, where, you know, somebody may drive through a scene and it gets in the tires, a shell casing or something.
Yeah, that was just an example.
Yeah.
Or somebody could drop something and then add to the crime scene that should not have been there if they kept out of that do not enter
Yes, sir.
area. Okay. Was that done in this case as far as you remember?
I believe it was.
Okay. We could see it in some pictures, but I just wanted to make sure. And that's standard procedure, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then when somebody like you shows up, you and your coworkers, and in this case, I know they're all your coworkers, the authorities who show up, but the civilian crime scene techs, they are trained as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And they're trained to take photographs starting, if you know, back and then intermediate and then close up. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
true? Can you just explain to jury why that's important?
So you want to be able to see the scene from a distance. Then they come in closer, about 50%, take another photograph. Then they'll actually go up to the evidence and take a very close photograph, which is normally an aerial view of the evidence. But the first couple photographs they take are just of the scene in general, just so you can visualize what it looked like that day.
And is that to put things in context? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because if we just take the one up close of what's I'm just making up, but a shell casing or blood, you don't really know where that is possibly, so you take it further back, closer, and then up close. Is that all true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to the vehicle when you got there, did you order or direct, I'm not saying you'd order, but did you ask, politely, the crime scene technicians who were photographing to take placard 1? It's the 2004 Nissan reddish Altima. Just take it the way it was. Take the pictures the way the vehicle
Yes.
appeared. And you explained to the jury, I believed, on direct examination a little bit, that it's not right to go through the car yet or adjust the car or move the car until those photographs are taken. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And that's because, like you were saying, you want the purity of the scene, and then we can put the placards in or adjust the evidence or take close-ups. Is that all true?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you first got, and I don't remember, I may need the help, when you first got to the scene, you took number 1. Do you know what number that is? If you know what I'm talking about. May I just have 1 second, Your Honor? I apologize, detective. Just give me 1 second, okay?
Fine.
Your Honor, may I have 1 second? It may be easier this way.
You may, sir.
Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Mr. Kokomo approach Detective Benton and show her defendant Mr. Williams, exhibit number 80 to 196, if you don't mind. And then, Detective, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. When Mr. Kokomo, with your permission and the court's permission, approaches, just make 2 piles. Anything that you don't remember, or you didn't do, or you didn't see, just put them one side. Everything that you could say, yep, this is how it looked on the scene, and I directed the photograph put on the other side, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Have you, has the state seen Defendant Williams?
I have not, Your Honor. I'm looking at these right now.
All right. Just let him know when you're done, okay? Mr. Steele, we'll just pause in place, okay?
Sure. This is the same that's on the front drive. No, it's fine. Thank you. While the Honorable District Attorney is looking at that, can I ask you just a couple of questions?
Yes, sir. That's why I'm here.
Appreciate it. The photographs that you've been identifying already,
Yes, sir.
they have metadata. Is that, do you know what I'm talking about, properties?
I'm well aware of what metadata is.
I didn't mean to insult you.
That's okay.
Can you just tell the jurors in case somebody does not know what that is?
Metadata. So especially if you look on a camera or a thumb drive or a SIM card, especially in cell phones, metadata can take you back and tell you exactly when that photograph was taken, what day it was taken, the time it was taken, and how much pixels. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes with metadata.
And if during the course of our communication today, if you need to see the properties, just let us know, okay?
Okay.
Or the metadata.
Well, it's been 11 years, so I'm hoping I can remember as much as you think I can.
So you just do the best you can. Those are yours. Those are yours. You're welcome. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Mr. Kokomo approach the Honorable Detective with Mr. Williams Exhibit 80, and they're consecutive, sir, so it goes up to 196.
Has the state examined those?
I have, and what was the last number, Mr. Steele, that you
Should be
said?
196.
Okay.
83 or 196.
Your Honor, and I can approach, when the court would like, 122 through 172 and 173 to 195. The state has separate objections to, whenever the court would like to. But I will wait until the witness has seen it, Your Honor.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
All right, counsel, come on.
Copy for Detective Benton. Thank you, sir. Detective, again, just do me a favor. If you need to clear out space, just don't say anything yet because they're not in evidence. Just tell us which ones you recognize, which ones you don't. If you need something to refresh your memory, just let us know.
Okay, so just to clarify, you want me to go through over 100 photos and put which ones I remember and which ones I don't?
Yes, which ones that you were there directing, which ones that you don't remember, if any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Quick question. Are you supposed to, am I supposed to try to remember this from the scene, or if I've remembered these photographs? Because I've never actually seen any of the photographs.
Either way, from the scene.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. We're talking about the scene, when you're out at the scene. We're talking about the same thing, I think. September 11, 2013.
No, I didn't know if you were asking what photographs I remembered, or if I remember stuff from the scene. That's all I was clarifying. Okay.
Or both, either one. You'll tell us. You ready? Mm-hmm. Okay. Tell me which ones you recognize.
This was the scene I processed.
Okay.
This was a secondary scene from behind me that I was not in charge of, and I guess when they processed the vehicle at the annex, I wasn't there for that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
I'm sorry. Which photos are you referring to? You were talking about just the prison scene.
So the scene of the crime scene sketch that I did, just that particular scene of where the crashed vehicle is, the patrol car, the trunk of that vehicle, where the blood 1 through 10.
1 through 10?
Yes, sir. That's 1 through 10 of the crime scene sketch, not the actual photographs. That was the scene I was asked to take charge of, that scene solely. The house behind it and all of that, that was not where I was asked to go.
So just to make Your Honor, do you mind if I ask a question? Just to make it easy for the court and the jurors, tell us which Mr. Williams exhibit number. It should be on the upper left of the photograph you're looking at. Mm-hmm. Just go through one by one so that everyone can follow you. Which photographs truly and accurately depict the scene that it shows that you're referring to?
Well, these truly and accurately depict the scene I was in charge of.
The ones that you can testify about.
So 80,
okay,
81,
yes,
82, 89,
Hold on
90.
Hold on one second. Hold on. Okay, just for the record, you skipped 83 through 88. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I didn't remember
Okay.
what the front of the store looked like.
Okay.
So I didn't want to lie on the stand.
No, don't do that. Okay, go ahead.
90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 97.
Hold on one second. Okay.
98, 99,
Hold on, you're going too fast.
101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 111, 112, 113, 114, 116, 117, 118, 141.
Hold on one second. Okay.
142, 143, 144, 155,
Hold on one second, please. I'm with you.
156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, and 174.
And and then 175, just for the record, completeness, 196, do not recognize. Fair to say?
No, because this was taken with the trajectory rods, and I wasn't there for that.
Okay.
This was in the annex, and I was not there for that.
Tell the jurors what the annex is, if you don't mind.
Oh, so anytime we have a vehicle that was involved in a crime and we needed to further process it, everything gets transported to the Public Safety Annex, which is off of Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, and we have cages, vehicle cages, that we secure the vehicles into these cages so that nobody can get in and out of the cages, and there's roofs. There are outdoor cages, but there's a roof, and they're fenced in. And so if a vehicle's in one of the cages and it needs to be processed, the detectives will go out to the cage. They will meet a crime scene tech at the cage, and they will further process the vehicle at that point.
And Detective Benton, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury who did, if you know, who did the processing at the annex?
I have no idea.
Lack of foundation.
Your Honor, may I put these back? All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 80, 1, 2, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 97, 98, 99, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 111, 112, 113, 114, 116 and 117, 118, 141, 142, 143, 144, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, Your Honor. The other exhibits I could leave for the record, but otherwise, since the witness saw them, but otherwise I can take them back, whatever the court says.
Any objection to the defendant Williams 80, 81, 82, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 97, 98, 99, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106 to 109, 111, 112, 113, 114, 116 through 118, 141, 142, 143, 144, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 173, 174.
No, Your Honor, I do not.
All right, they're admitted. The other ones, you just leave for the time being, so you can further identify them, okay?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, may I approach?
They're admitted, maybe close as you see.
May I approach Detective Benton just to remove the ones that are not admitted and give them to the court reporter? Would you mind helping me out on those not admitted? Thank you. Everything else is with you. Okay. You ready? Your Honor, with the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo will be showing, and with the help of Detective Benton, Mr. Williams, number 80. Okay. Detective, you see on the screen, you also have it in front of you if that's easier, but either way, Mr. Williams, number 80, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that is in the part where you see the glass. It says ATM kind of in the center of the entire exhibit. You see that?
Yes.
That's part of the yellow crime scene tape that you were talking about. Is that fair to say?
That the officers put up, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
I'm not saying you put it up, but that's done to preserve, like you said, the integrity of the scene. That may be my words, but that's what it's doing, right?
The core scene, yes.
One more time?
The core scene.
Yes. And then I'd like to focus on the 2004 Nissan reddish color, I'm going to say red, Altima. Both doors on the driver's side, you see it's a four-door car?
Yes, sir.
They're shut, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And this is how you found it when you first got there, before manipulating anything with the car, right?
Before myself or I directed anybody to manipulate the car, yes.
Okay.
I don't know what it looked like prior to me getting there, only when I got there.
Okay. And then there'll be other pictures, but there's two items also red that are near or leaning up against the car. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you just show that to the jurors using your device at your fingertip? Okay.
Is
I'd
that like that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. And those are items that you observed came from the car?
Yes, they appear to be like fenders or bumpers.
Okay. Mr. Williams, number 81, it looks like a similar picture to me, but I just want to be complete. You had this picture taken, but now we see the City of Atlanta police-issued patrol vehicle in the picture as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I leave something out, just let me know, but I'm going to go to 82, okay? 82, it's a similar, I'm not saying it's the same, but it's a similar picture depicting similar items.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, 89. Now, this shows the vehicle as you observed it impacting in that building, correct?
No, I didn't observe it impact anything. I just observed it sitting
True.
where it appeared to have impacted.
Okay.
Yes.
You come after the fact.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And in this, you see a better photograph of a portion of the vehicle right there, even with, or looks even with the driver's door area that's also red in color. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were saying earlier. Could be, I'm not saying it is, but could be part of the car's bumper.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I'm going to skip to the next one, which is number 90, Mr. Williams. And here, in Mr. Williams, number 90, if you see towards the rear of that 2004 Altima vehicle, you see, is that fair to say that's the trunk area, either leaned up against, connected to, some way leaning on the car? Fair
Yes.
to say? Okay. And when I say trunk area, like what I call the lid of the trunk?
Sure.
Okay. Number 91. That is, again, the, we're looking at, just to orient the jurors, the rear driver's side of the Altima vehicle. And you can see part of what we're saying is potentially the trunk area leaning up against the car, as well as a blue item. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And also prominent here is money and what I believe to be suspected blood.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury anything about that blood, if you have any knowledge when you see something like that?
It appeared to be coagulated.
Can you just explain that?
It just appears to be it's thickened up. A lot of times when you bleed, if you'll notice, a lot of times if you don't clean the wound right off the bat, it thickens up and it's looked like this thick layer. That's kind of a basic way to describe it. The blood basically is just pulled together and it's just thickening as it receives oxygen.
And with that blood, that is on the driver's side rear of the Altima. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to 92. And that is U.S. currency, well, appears to be U.S. currency on the ground, right?
That's correct.
And then do you see the little red items throughout that scene, the dots? I'm
Yes.
kind of playing it down, but
It's blood spatter.
okay. And are you familiar with blood spatter?
Oh, yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen how you are familiar with that.
I've been a homicide detective for almost 15 years. I've seen a lot of blood spatter.
And can you explain what, if blood is spattered, what does that mean?
So if somebody gets injured and they move, most likely the blood's going to go somewhere. If you ever noticed, if anybody's ever been in, like they've cut themselves or they've cut their finger, then they go to move, the blood goes down. It's spattered on the table or the floor or wherever. That's blood spatter.
Are you familiar with blood having a tail and a head to it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I am.
Can you just explain to ladies and gentlemen, jury, what that means?
It helps you determine the directionality of the person, which way the person was going. Blood spatter can tell you a story.
And the tail means what? So,
You're going in a specific direction.
okay. Is that similar to, I don't want to make this too simple, but if you dip a paintbrush into paint, splash on the wall, you'd see the, is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. All right, I have 93. Similar photograph that we just discussed, is that correct?
Yes, sir, just a closer view.
All right, and this is what you explained earlier, you take it far away, then intermediate, then closer.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go to 94. Now we're looking away from the car and towards the retaining wall where the police officer's car is. I know it's not in the picture, but is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And that's presumably part of the red Nissan Altima vehicle, 2004.
That's correct.
All right. Let's look at now the 97, which is Mr. Williams in evidence, okay? We are now at the rear of the vehicle facing the wall that the vehicle presumably struck. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, we're at the rear of the vehicle, yes.
Towards the wall where the vehicle presumably struck. We're looking towards the wall.
Oh, you mean the wall of the store, yes.
Laundromat.
Okay, yes.
Okay, I think you called it a coin laundromat. And now we're looking at the passenger side, correct?
That's correct.
And this is also depicting the passenger side front and rear doors closed. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is how when you get there and your team gets there, this is how you found it.
Yes, sir.
And on the back of the car, I know you weren't noticing the car before you get to the scene, but it may be missing a bumper. Fair to say?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay, and that was found in the scene.
Yes.
Okay. If Mr. Kokomo can zoom in, I'd like you to look with us, if you can, towards the two doors, the rear door and the driver's door. Excuse me, I'm wrong. The front passenger door and the rear passenger door. You see that there is some damage there, a buckling, where the two doors come together, the rear and the front. Do you see
Yes.
that? Okay. And do you remember, and I know it going back years, I heard you say that, but do you remember it being hard to open the rear passenger door?
Objection, Your Honor. I stand
Do you?
I have no recollection.
Okay, that's all right.
I wouldn't have opened the door.
Or directed someone to open the door.
It would have been the crime scene tech that would have opened the door.
Okay. Do you notice, if Mr. Kokomo can be so kind, going to the front a little more, pulling in? Do you remember right there is perfect, the rear passenger door being...
Objection, Your Honor. Facts, not in evidence.
Do you remember the rear passenger door being dislodged from the frame of the car?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts, not in evidence.
Being dislodged?
Yes, not being aligned anymore.
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Are you saying, you're not saying it didn't happen, you're saying I don't have a knowledge?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's continue. This is Mr. Williams, number 98, if that's okay. And here again is looking at the rear passenger side with the bumpers missing of the same vehicle, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And we see that blue item. You see that item?
Yes.
And then we have you could describe it. Suspected blood, is that fair to say?
Sure.
And is it showing anything to your keen eye directions?
I would love to tell you, but I am not a blood spatter expert.
Okay, that's fine. We are now looking with the court's permission at number 99. And this has money, what I believe to be U.S. currency. If you don't know from that picture, we could show you another one.
No.
On the passenger side floor, is near the, I'll say near the car, but however far away from the car.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And intermixed with blood in that area.
That's correct.
Okay. And in this photograph, we see a little bit, it's just in the little bit of that broken glass in the passenger rear window. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go to Mr. Williams, number 101. And do you see there that there is what I'll call a airbag deployed in the front passenger, through the front passenger window of that photograph, now memorialized as Mr. Williams exhibit number 101? You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, you see the front area of that car juxtaposed into that wall of the laundromat. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 102. This is what you explained. There was an intermediate. Now the close-up of the money intermixed with blood, right?
Yes.
All right. 103. In this one, you had taken, you authorized taking, or you directed taking a picture, and that shows some sort of, it looks like cement, maybe, maybe not, caused by when the vehicle slammed into the wall, right?
Yes.
And then there's an item that's red. Do you see that red item? Looks like it's coming in a angle, a downward angle. Do you know
Yes.
what? Do you know what that is by any chance? Is it from the car? Or do you, and
I
if
have
you-
no clue.
That's fine. Okay, let's go to the. This is the front end of the car on the passenger side, showing how it is juxtaposed to the laundromat. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And, oh, I'm sorry, and that was 104. Was that true?
Yes.
All right, number 105. This is a farther back or intermediate, you tell us, and you see the crime scene unit in the, or the crime scene tape in the back. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And also in number 5, you see the fire engine and other first responders, law enforcement authorities. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then again, this is now, we're looking at the passenger side of the car, and you see that blue item?
Yes.
Do you even know what that blue item is?
No.
Okay. And you can see in here that window broken out that you described in the rear window of the passenger,
Yes, sir.
rear passenger.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to go to 106. This is how the trunk appeared when you found it?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say? And you see that blue item standing up next to the vehicle?
Yes.
And then you have like a miracle bubble, you see that?
Yes.
And then you could tell us, but it looks like a bag, some items of clothing, maybe shoe, to that effect. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Number 107 of Mr. Williams. That's the further back view of that trunk area and the car. Fair
Yes,
to
sir.
say? Okay, and we just looked at a closer up view in 106, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 108. This is now the driver's side of the vehicle, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And that's a better picture is it not, of the trunk being dislodged from the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. And then the bumper being dislodged from the vehicle, front bumper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the background, you see the ambulance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 109 of Mr. Williams. And if you don't know this, just say this is not what you do. That is a retaining wall, correct?
Yes.
And that's where the car that we've been talking about, the 2004 Altima, Nissan Altima, supposedly flew off of, crashing into the side of the coin laundromat. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has some trees down in that picture of Mr. Williams, number 109?
Yes.
Okay. 111 of Mr. Williams. We've discussed, I believe, all of these items, and this is just the further away look. Is that true?
A different angle.
Okay. It also has, I don't know if they're, you correct me, are they skid marks? What would that be?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's made, do you know which tire would make that?
No, that would not be in my job.
That's fine. Okay. Let's go to number 112 of Mr. Williams. You see on, and Mr. Kokomo can help us, you see on the right-hand side, center, but a little lower than center, right behind the rear bumper. See the rear red bumper?
Yes.
And you see the gouge marks in the pavement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that also beyond, you don't want to comment on how that was made, do you?
I wouldn't know. No, yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know what the item is that's right in front of the rear red bumper of Mr. Williams 112?
Something that's supposed to go in the trunk.
Okay, do you know what it is by any chance?
I believe it's that carpet section that goes over where the spare tire was.
Say it one more time.
Not the carpet section, but that, when you open the trunk and then you have to pull that piece out to get the spare tire out, that piece.
With the little...
Yeah, I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
I just know that's where you find the spare.
With the screw that holds it in the...
Yes, sir.
Got it. And was that in Mr. Williams number 113? When Mr. Kokomo can get us there? If you know from the scene, is that the spare tire that came out of the trunk?
I believe it is. I can't say because I don't know if the trunk car had a spare tire, but totality of circumstances, yeah, you can presume it.
Okay. Mr. Williams, number 114, can you tell us what that is? And if you don't remember, it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said Mr. Williams. Can you tell me what that is? I thought you were asking somebody else.
No, Mr. Williams, number 114, can you tell us what that item is?
Okay, I'm not Mr. Williams, but okay.
Let me rephrase. It's exhibit, Mr. Williams exhibit number
Thank you.
114.
Okay.
Detective Benton, can you tell us what that item is that's in the center of that?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Can we go back to but Mr. Williams exhibit number 107 just for a moment, if you don't mind? I think it's coming up.
Oh, okay.
And if Mr. Kokomo can do me a favor, and right in the center, top, if he can zoom in on that. Detective, can you circle if you see the video surveillance camera on the laundromat, please? And would it be in your purview to either order somebody to look at the video surveillance or obtain the video surveillance or check the video surveillance? What is your position at that point on this scene? I know on other scenes it may be different.
That is not my purview.
Whose purview is that?
Us, the lead detective or whoever they delegate to do that.
Who's the lead detective in this case?
Detective Quinn.
Okay. All right. And I apologize for going backwards. Let's go to number 114. And I think when you get a chance, could you just clear the screen for us?
Oh, sorry.
Is there anything of value? See right in the center, in that space, maybe two spaces before you get to the rectangle in yellow. Is there anything of value that you remember from that item?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. So 114 is really just another angle of the police vehicle and the 2004 Nissan Altima Red.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 116. This is how you explained earlier. This gives a great view of the distance for the retaining wall where the car presumably flew over and the items that were debris in the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And then the police car with the two open doors.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going to number 117. This is, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but this is simply just a little higher view of that retaining wall with the trees down, the fence down. You see the fence down in this photograph?
Yes.
And then the house is behind it, of course.
Yes.
Okay. Number 118. Similar view, but it's more depicting the trees down, the fence down. Is that fair to say, with the retaining wall kind of closest in the picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to go to Mr. Williams, number 141. And this is the other side. So all you're doing is showing in context both looking from the pavement up to the retaining wall and now from the retaining wall in the house down to the pavement. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Otherwise, it's pretty much things that we discussed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we go back to number 141 before we leave there for 1 second, if you don't mind? I'd like Mr. Kokomo, with his permission, can you all the way over to the about 3/4 away over to the right? You see a fence? Can you see that fence?
Oh, yes, sorry.
No, that's okay. And in front of the fence appears to be, I'm not saying it is, but if you remember, appears to be like where people would put their garbage.
I believe there was a dumpster right there.
Okay. And then that fence has what, when I was a little boy, called barbed wire. Is that what you see?
Yes.
Okay. And that barbed wire is pointed inward, meaning it's leaning. So if anyone to climb over it, it's hard to, that's why it's there, it's hard to climb over that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And the reason for, well, you tell the jurors, what do people have, or what is barbed wire's purpose?
Just to prevent somebody from entering that particular part of the property.
And if somebody touches barbed wire, what can happen to them?
Oh, they get shredded.
When you say shredded, that sounds like a police officer term.
Sorry, their skin gets cut.
Okay. And there's barbed wire all throughout that fence. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Let's go to number 142 of Mr. Williams, if you don't mind. This is, again, we are looking at going from the above the retaining wall down to the area where the Altima crashes. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's an item, if you notice, I'm not saying the Altima was in any way touched, but do you see an item now covering that area we discussed earlier with the rear bumper? Do you see that on the ground?
Oh, yes.
Do you know what that is or how that got there?
No.
Okay, but that's why you take all these pictures, right?
No, that's not an item covering. That is the top of, there's a, looks like a little shed type area. That's the top of the shed that's coming out. Just the angle of it looks like it's on the ground, but it's not actually on the ground, it's on the shed.
You're right. Okay, that is not on the ground.
No, sir.
I apologize, and thank you. Thank you. I see what you're saying. And if Mr. Kokomo can blow it up, you can even see the kind of the brown structure holding up that what I thought was on the ground. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And actually, number 143 would have showed me my error. That's the item, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and otherwise, everything else is the way you described it. True?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to number 144. I'm not saying it's the same, but it's a similar picture. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 145, I'd like to talk about that. Now law enforcement officers are taking pictures.
I don't have a 145.
I said 155. If I said
I'm
145, I
sorry.
apologize. I meant 155.
Yes.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay, now law enforcement officers are, through your direction, or excuse me, civilian crime scene techs, they are getting closer to the car and they're taking a picture of the broken glass.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And if Mr. Kokomo can blow up into the car, do you see that item that looks like there's, it's, I'm going to say black in color or dark in color?
Yes.
And do you know what that item is?
No.
Okay. Is it inside the car? And if you can't tell, just say.
It is inside the car, yes.
All right. I'm going to skip one number, but I promise you I'll come right back to it. If we could show 157. Do you see what is been marked and entered into evidence as Mr. Williams number 157?
Yes.
And this is the rear seat of the car, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't put any items there. You wouldn't let anyone do that.
Correct.
That would be totally inappropriate, right?
That's correct.
That would be tampering with evidence, tampering with a crime scene, right?
Absolutely.
So here, in the passenger rear, there is items, correct?
Yes.
And let's just go through some of these items, if that's okay with you. On the ground, it looks like to me, and we're going to show other pictures, but on the floor, well, I guess the floorboard, do you see what's called, it says it looks like the insignia for Burger King. Do you see something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see in front of it or next to it, I guess, what later is found to be a cell phone?
Yes.
And do you see underneath that item is what was found later to be a cell phone? Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you do me a favor and just, for the ladies and gentlemen jury, just circle and go in order and just tell them what you're looking at. First the Burger King, second cell phone, third cell phone, or first cell phone, second cell phone.
Burger King. Cell phone. And I believe the other cell phone is over there somewhere.
What is closest, if you don't mind, to us, the way Mr. Kokomo blew it up on the floorboard? You see that item?
I'm not real 100% sure what that is.
Okay. Let's
Based
just
off
talk
this
about
photo.
That's fine. Let's just talk about, first of all, that what I'm calling a Burger King item, okay? You can leave those up there if you don't mind.
Sorry.
It's fine. Just on Mr. Williams number 157, just point to or circle or something the Burger King item again, if you don't mind. On the screen.
Oh, what'd you need me to do? I'm sorry.
That's fine. Just what you did before, just point to or circle the Burger King item. I want to talk about that for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know what type of texture, what type of compound that item is?
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculation on the texture of a Burger King cup sitting in the back of his car 10 years ago. What it's made of. I'll stand. I'll let you agree.
Do you know what that item is made of? And I don't need compounds, just is it paper, is it plastic, do you know?
Looks like styrofoam.
Okay, styrofoam. Now, do you know whether styrofoam holds, let's say, you know what DNA is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very well aware of DNA.
Just don't go into everything unless you need
Okay.
to. Just tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what is DNA and how does it use to police business that you do?
What type of DNA would you like for me to talk about?
Let's start with touch DNA.
touch DNA is fairly new in the DNA world. Anything you touch nowadays, I can get DNA from. Everybody leaves epithelial cells behind. So that pencil that you guys are writing with, or that paper that you guys are writing with, or touching the side of a chair, you're going to leave behind part of your skin cells. We can come back and do touch DNA. Now, once it gets to the lab, that's another story, because it's going to depend on how many alleles they have, as to whether they can get a full STR genetic profile, if they need to go through mitochondrial DNA or YSTR DNA. It just depends. I would go into DNA a lot further. However, there's a lot more, and I don't think we have enough time in the next 6 months to go over it.
How about if it's a cup? I know
If
you
it's a
use
cup, it depends. You could possibly get it from styrofoam. I've never actually swabbed styrofoam before. That would be a question for probably a DNA expert. However, I would think possibly prints. It also depends on, because styrofoam, the condensation on the outside of a styrofoam cup is pretty bad, and that can contaminate or get rid of DNA, and also can contaminate prints.
Let's come on up, please. All right, Detective Benton, can you, we're in a recess for the evening. Can we get you to come back on Wednesday at 10 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, I'm going to excuse you until then. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, madam. Yes, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a natural stopping point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to recess you, and consistent with our earlier discussions from last week, tomorrow will be an administrative day for you. We have to take up some unrelated business, and so that means you'll come for Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock, and we'll get started somewhere around 10:30. Okay? All right. What ministerial inquiry do you have of me at this point in time, if any? Anyone? All right, hearing none. Then let's go through your ad nauseum admonitions. Leave your notepads in the basket. Please do not discuss anything that we have covered thus far amongst yourselves or with third parties. Don't go and visit the scenes. Don't go and research anything on the internet or third-party sources. Certainly don't listen to anything on the radio or other sites depicting or chronicling what's going on in this particular trial, as you can only consider what's presented in the four walls of this courtroom. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't go by and visit any of the scenes or anything that you may have learned as part of this particular case thus far. And the last thing, ladies and gentlemen, as I highlight to you every day, thank you for your patience and the patience you've given and will continue to give to us. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, we'll see you Wednesday morning for 10 o'clock. And we'll bid you a good evening. Leave your notepads in the basket. All right, all rise. It's like, not going to fake me again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, so tomorrow morning, it is the court's intention to take up Williams 38, 39, 41, talk about Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Wise, and Mr. Williams, do you have your order yet? Okay, can you have Ms. Abisi check on that, or Ms. Abasi check on that? I have sent in or responded that accordingly, but if you could just check on it, okay? Because if not, I'll have to have everybody come back. So maybe I'll send an email to that effect. So, okay, all right. Okay.
Judge, we also have the matter of the 911 call that we would like to address, or if the court sees fit to address tomorrow.
If we have, are we going to get to it anytime soon?
The next day, Wednesday, would be when we would interview.
I'll need to finish arguing. I mean, I've heard enough at this point in time, but I'll certainly, you can finish your argument at that point. I think I was waiting on to hear more testimony, so I've heard that testimony at this point in time, so I'll let you all finish your argument on that issue.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. And I want to say that was Williams, defendant Williams, motion in limine number 40, so which we've heard some testimony on already. So I will hopefully rule upon that tomorrow as well. In fact, I'll take up final argument on that issue tomorrow first. Okay. All right. So if you all could be here for as close to 9 o'clock as possible, we can get started since we don't have our jurors here. All right. Any further inquiry of me, folks?
9 a.m. tomorrow, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is there a study room for us on Wednesday?
10 o'clock, sir.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, folks, then I'll see you tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock start time. We'll take up those motions, and we'll see how much the morning will lead us at that point. Okay. All right, we're in recess. Bring your device.